and have one popped up and ready. Everybody's losing. The reason I bought them at Costco, this is a special antiviral Kleenex. And the reason I want one ready to go, or have one you already have taken and have it ready. Couple suggestions. You don't have a coat, I do. I'll chew. Otherwise, I'll chew or give you the tissue. Sneezes put people in panic. So don't do one of those chew because we're going to take a break real quick. Thank you. It is allergy time, hay fever, but I'm telling you, wherever you're at socially right now, what used to be acceptable as a cough or a sneeze gets the entire place to stop and look at you the minute one occurs, or whoever it comes from. I dropped that one, it's a little squish inside. This course is an interesting one because I had the privilege of writing most of it with my nephew, Jack Waller. And I had written the GRI courses in the past, GRI 1 and 2. I'll go through a lot. You're going to learn a lot just about the designation and what you're qualified for after you finish the series. GRI 1 and 2 you can take live like this. We're going to redo this course called GRI 2 in August, and then you'll have your first 60 hours towards your broker's license. GRI 3, the final 30 hours, used to be a wonderful income property course, commercial income investment, taught by Bob Andrus, Doug's uncle. No, not Doug's uncle. It just happens to be the same name. Bob Andrus from Ann Arbor, a commercial investment broker, who just said, I'm done. He retired a couple of years ago and stopped teaching. Now the GRI 3 course is not commercial or an income, it's just a continuation of legal and other aspects of the GRI program. And it can only be taught online through the Michigan Realtors. So you can take 1 and 2 here, 60 hours, final 30 hours online, and then I'll explain the process from there and what the license does for you. And then, of course, we'll talk about the subchapter S corporation and what that does for you. But right now, we're going to have you pick up your books. We're going to have another rule. Whenever I say it's time for a break, I will kind of dismiss you in sections. There's something during this pandemic that we have to observe. Social distancing and what we call choke points. Choke points mean you can social distance all you want, but when they say time for lunch, time for a break, and everybody goes for the door, that's a choke point. And that's where you don't want that mass gathering, which we're having issues with schools opening out, in the halls, everybody's out. You know, the running schools, I wish they would think, having been a school teacher for 10 years, dismiss or breaks, dismiss between classes, kind of stagger a little bit to get people up moving and out of the hall before another group is in the hall, especially lunch, after school, those type of things. It's the herd kind of issue that causes the problems. The next thing I want to make sure, and I'll cover this over and over till I get your cards, by Thursday, I want a business card from everyone. I make a collage. I write my name and put my card up here. I put your card on it. I put the GRI 1 and the date. Now you have a record of the people that you worked with, the people that you took the course with. And I'm going to say something. Who you know it the right way. And it's a pleasure working with other people in a co-op sale or just in your own office that has already gone through the program because they understand when you talk about occupancy, when you talk about contract language, when you talk about anything to do with the practice, they're right there with you in the book. You're going to hear a lot of things where you will raise your hand and say, that's not the way we do it. Well, that's kind of like saying to your mom and dad, but all the other parents let their kids do it. And they always said to you, but I'm not the other parents. This is the way we do it. There's what we call the correct legal way, and then there's what we call custom and practice. Often, custom and practice doesn't match the legal way, and you find out the hard way when there's a lawsuit. My favorite are what we call escalation contracts. I will offer $1,000 over the highest price in my contract. We'll have contract law in here. Michigan contract law says in order to have a valid contract, there must be a sum certain. That's not a mistype. Sum certain. A sum that is definite and ascertainable. If you went into the court, you could say, here's the price. Tell me how you can go before a judge in Michigan and say, here's the price, $1,000 over a contract I don't know about. We haven't had a test case yet. We're waiting. But when we do, we're pretty sure the Michigan courts will say, this contract isn't valid, it doesn't fulfill the essential term of a sum certain. Because if it did, it would be $1 million because they got another contract for 1.1, you know. There's so many crazy things. And then you'll learn about the straw man where they throw in a fake contract to get yours to be $1,000 over and give you a copy of it. Get your brother-in-law with a different name to make an offer. Do it the right way. And I'm a firm believer that it's not the sales skills, but it's the knowledge skills that'll make the difference for people that say, she or he isn't like the others. We want to list with you. We want you to help us find a home. Why? Because you explained things and made us understand where everyone else said, you don't have to worry about that. That's what you have me for. In other words, I know nothing, but I want you to follow me and trust me. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Jones. It's been a pleasure. I know that you said you have 2 more realtors you'd like to hear from, and I respect that. And I just appreciate the fact that you had me over today for what we consider to be a listing presentation. And I'll wait to hear from you tomorrow. Thanks so much. Oh, by the way, do me a favor. You know, when I started out talking to you today, I sat down and I showed you a form called agency disclosure. Let me leave a copy of the law with you. Here's a copy right here. And it says, before you disclose confidential information to any other licensee, make sure they explain the various types of agency and give you a copy of this form, which I did. When I started my presentation with you, I explained that I would be a seller's agent. I checked it, I signed it. I did not ask you to sign it because at this point you haven't decided if you're ready to list with any broker yet. But I made sure I gave it to you when you understood that as long as I was speaking with you today, I was treating you like a seller's agent, and all that you told me would be confidential and remain confidential. Even if someone else lists your home, and I happen to come back with a buyer to show them, I will not disclose anything you told me in confidence while we have this discussion. Don't know if you're aware of this, but here's another copy of the law where I underline, failure to follow the law is a misdemeanor with a 90-day jail sentence and or a $500 fine. A misdemeanor is a crime. I would sooner lose a seller's business than lose my license. Does that make sense? I'm talking to them. So put that away. Do me a favor. After the other 2 realtors come over, they talk to you. If they don't give you this form and you're in the middle of the conversation, stop and say, excuse me, isn't there something you're supposed to show me before you're asking me all these questions? Because if they don't show you the form, they don't ask you the questions, they're violating the law. And I don't know that I want to work with somebody who starts a relationship out, but the first thing they do is to commit an illegal act. And I'm serious. Just because it says realtor or real estate licensee or license on their card doesn't mean everybody's the same. Now I'm going to also show you how to use your GRI designation in your presentations. So you can talk to people about going to a general practitioner and having a flu shot. Or if you have a serious kidney problem, going to a specialist. Or just general health, going to a specialist who does a whole series of tests. So you want a general practitioner and you want a specialist. Because I'm a specialist, and the initials say I'm a graduate of the Realtors Institute. And I also have my associate broker license. An associate broker has taken 3 times the number of hours, has passed a very stringent, strict test, and has demonstrated experience and relevant experience with sales and listings that have sold. So we have the experience, we have the training, we have the knowledge, and we pass the exam. So I don't charge any more than the others. I charge the same thing, except what you're paying for with me is the knowledge, the experience, the training, and all that I've spent to get that specialist designation. If you don't tell people what you have and what it means to them and how it will benefit, they don't know what the heck a GRI is, nor do they know the difference between an associate broker and a salesperson. Period. But I know one thing, I hate to be the agent who walks in after you and starts out, hi, thanks for having me over. My name's Tom. Excited to be here. And more importantly, excited to get your home on the market. So you mind if I look around and we sit at the kitchen table and I go over a few things with you? How long have you lived here? Hey, what were you thinking of offering? How much do you owe? Is that confidential? Where would you plan to go next? What's your motivation for selling? We're getting a divorce, we're getting in a fight, we're losing our home, it's in foreclosure, I lost my job, a lot of financial trouble. Boy, are we ever stressed and desperate. Well, that's not confidential, everyone knows that. Yeah, it is confidential, and it can be used against you if a buyer do that. And I never gave you the Miranda rights of agency. It's so simple. As long as I'm talking to you, we're in a client relationship, I will treat you as a seller, I will leave here and preserve your confidential information, and I've given you the form the state requires that I give you. How many people do that? Not one. But if you did it the right way and left them copies of the law highlighted, where it says it's mandatory to do it, and it's a crime not to, and that comes straight from your license law. I know one thing, I will tell those sellers, if they say to you, that's not important, I do that at the end, say it isn't important enough, then thank you for your time, have a good day. Educate them, and they'll refer business to you. Don't try to be an attorney, but learn your own laws well enough that the confidence, you know what, it's not so much what you say, but the confidence that you say it with. And the smile and the nod and all the little, what we call tie downs, such as, does that make sense? Well, I mean, just by saying, does that make sense? And I go like this, you're like, well, I mean, you can't help it. But those are things that are part of the sales skill. I've always said, sales skill will get you in the door. This kind of a course, knowledge and education, will keep you there and keep you in the business and keep you out of trouble. So please, cards for collages, leave those up here. And that's about it for today. Any questions? Course is 8 hours. An hour is 50 minutes. 5-0, not 6-0, 5-0. There are 8 hours. If you take one of them away for our lunch, there are 8 instruction hours. We're allowed 10 minutes per hour. That's 80 minutes of break time. I choose not to use all day. I'm an instructor that chooses to have one nice break in the morning and one nice break in the afternoon with a nice 1 hour for lunch. By not using all the break time, I'm an instructor who likes to leave at 4 instead of 5. Does that work for you? Good. How about 3? I think it works better for everyone, and you're ahead of the curve on that 5 o'clock rush and everything else. And by that last hour, you're falling asleep anyway. So what I do like to do, and I hope you don't mind, I try to multitask when I teach. A lot of people will text me questions from different companies, and while I'm talking, I will be texting. And if I get a call, I will answer it and try to talk to them and you at the same time. I think that works out well. Well, actually, if you don't think that works out well, it doesn't work out well the other way either. So while I'm trying to teach, when I see this, or I see this the whole time, it kind of doesn't stimulate the instructor as much either. So you're texting to a minimum. I'm not saying not to. I'm only saying on a needs basis, because I know we all get important calls and things like that. If you have to leave, mask on, go out that door if you want. You'll be in the parking lot. You don't have to go that way unless you have the key to the back. And all will be well. So that does it for today. Any questions? We'll see you Thursday. Tissues there for a reason. If you have to sneeze, grab one. I think that's it. So here, what I'd like to do is call you up one at a time and have you stand in front of the class, and we will ask you very difficult legal questions, see how much you know. And you will have to answer. Does that sound good? Okay, then I won't do that. That's called being out of the comfort zone. Somebody said that in the class I was in. We're going to ask each one of you to stand. We're going to ask you some questions. And don't sit down because the class will critique you. I'm like heck they will. I'm not standing and getting critiqued. All of that's called is being out of the comfort zone. And that's kind of like having some agent at the other end of the line say something like this to you. Do you realize how many years I've been in this business? Your answer, too many. like the length of time they've been in the business is a determinant of how intelligent and how much they know. It's how much they know the first year over and over, 30 years worth. It's real difficult to deal with people who have that, what we call, they're out of their comfort zone, and the only way they can be comfortable is to start yelling and screaming. I believe some people justify their commission by emotion. They show the buyer or seller client how crazy they can make things. They scream and shout. They make problems that shouldn't even be problems, only to say to their client, there, I solved it. I'm worth what you're paying. No, do your job and do it well. That's what's worth getting paid for. But you always get those type of people. What I want to do so we don't have a crowd is call a few of you by name, come up and grab the following. There will be 3 books. You will get the GRI manual with all the material. You will get 1 study outline, which is a prep for the broker's exam. Broker's exam. 13 years, maybe about 8 years ago when the new company TSI took over, for 13 years I wrote the broker exam for Michigan for AMP, the company before PSI. They all have initials. And I also was the person that corrected the questions that people said were confusing and rewrote them to make them a little more understandable. I know how test writers think. So, on the 3rd book, which is the complete guide for exam prep with material, I will cover the subjects, the chapters with you, not like a pre-license class. I will get the important things. But what's important about when I teach it, and so if you have an office here, get a highlighter on break. If you don't, get one next time, or get one at lunch, because you'll be doing highlighting. Because what I did is I highlighted my book. Where did I highlight it? That's not so much. Little highlights all over the place. I highlighted my book because for the last 12 years, I have taught a broker exam review. And I have asked my broker students, when you finish the test, if there's something that I didn't cover in my course, I don't want you to give me the question, I want the subject. Let me know what it was and I'll add it so you can pay it forward to the next people testing. Every time I tell you to highlight, it's because somebody had that on the broker's exam. So now what I'm doing is giving you the material plus kind of bringing it down microscopically into subject matter that was tested on. It doesn't mean you'll be tested on it, but it's in their computer bank for broker questions. And believe me, when that subject comes up and you have the question on your broker exam, it's just nice to smile and say, I know that one. They can't trick me, because in some cases they are written that way because it'll cost you another $78 to take it. If I can get you to take that test 4 times before passing, it multiplies 78 times 4, and the company makes good money. And they have practice exams that are worth buying because a lot of their sample tests you can buy directly from PSI for brokers. I think there's 2. There's an older and a newer version. Those questions show up. It's crazy, but it's worth it. Here's what you do. 1, 2, 3 books. The smaller one and the larger one, and then go back to your seat. So, let me call you. I want the first 4 people up here. Zach, Robert, Ray, and Edmund. I'm sorry, your name is Mitchell. Mitchell, I'll wait toward the end here for you. Do you have a credit card? What are you paying with? Okay, I'll have to talk, and I'll talk to Michigan Realtor or something. I have Zach, and this Robert, Ray. Ray Collingwood? There's no Ray Collingwood. Edmund, right? Okay. It's Gavin last name? Chuck? Alyssa and Savannah. Ask God. Oh, sure. You want to just go right there. Perfect. This is just today's reading assignment for Thursday. Now I want Michelle, Jennifer. Where's Jennifer? Okay. Do I have a Joanne? Okay, Joanne Lucas, Kevin. And Brandon. Cards if you have them right there, it's fine. You have to get to me now, but just whenever you get one, just put it up here. Where's Jennifer? Where's Joanne? And Kevin. Right there, right? Is there a Brandon Offer? Brandon Offer. Do I have a Stephen Phillips? Charles Provenzano? Never heard of that name. And Body, A-U-D. If I personally know you because I've worked here before, I can call on you continually during the class. Again, I have Stephen, Charles, and Lonnie, correct? Okay. Shelby, Sean, and two Seans. Sean Sturdivant and Sean Shields. No Sturdivant? Gino, Kevin, Nicole, thank you. Okay. Don't take them now. What do you want?
Money?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sephora, or not Sephora, Pam. Sorry. Mitchell. I'm going to make one last call for these names to make sure these people are not hiding somewhere. Ray Collingwood, Brandon Wofford, Sean Sturdivant are not here. N-O-T. Okay. We did our best. I know one of them told me he wasn't here, and Offer was, and I'm saving his books for him. Since all the books look the same, put your name in them, so. And even a phone number in case they get picked up like at lunch at a table or something. It's always good to write, whoever finds this book, it's a free market analysis. People like me, they get those out. Okay. You know what? I'm going to set these over here. Any cards right here on the table.
So did you say that Jack Waller's related to you? Is your nephew?
Yeah. Okay. I'm his uncle.
Yeah.
I got into this business years ago. I've been doing this since I've been teaching pre-license. I started in '72 as a teacher in Utica schools. I taught at Wiley, I taught at West Utica, I taught at what was then called Sterling Junior High, now called Venus Junior High. And I did part of a year in Midland High. And somebody put a note on the bulletin board, and I saw it at recess that said, teachers make up to $2,000 in your summers. Well, you had summers off in $100,000 seemed like a lot of money, but you only get $7,200 for your contract. So I called, and it was a real estate school, taught by a hippie guy with long hair, and Thomas Manor on Gratiot, East Detroit, and at Blazos on 8 Mile. The place was packed with like 150 people, and he passed out these tests. Just take the test. So I paid him $50 for the class. I sat there, took the test, and then he said, okay, ready? Number 1 is true. Number 2 is false. I'm like, excuse me, I have a question. No questions. No questions. No, just check your test. Mark the right answers. Now here's another test. The whole thing was nothing but take tests and give answers. Then I knew why. That's when the state of Michigan gave the test. And they only had a couple versions. And he had all the questions. I got 100%. I took my test in Lansing, and they gave you the score. The only difference in his questions and ours is the name of the person. Mr. Smith was Mr. Jones. Everything else was the same. So I went out to the parking lot, and there he was, a hippie with the long hair and a tape recorder and a microphone. What was on the test I didn't cover in my class. And if they had a new question, he had enough people coming out from his classes that they gave him enough information, he had the question next month. What a way to get your real estate license. But I did well with it, and started making more selling real estate than I did teaching. And then in the middle of the year, the teacher we had for our company, I worked in Utica, he just up and quit. So the broker came to me and said, you're a teacher? I said, yeah, 5th grade. He said, no, same difference. I've got all these people at night taking a real estate license class, and the instructor quit. You take over and teach it. Oh, teach it. I'm like trying to read ahead of the class. They would ask a question, I'd say, oh, we'll cover that next week, so I can look it up. But I got through it, and I liked it, and I got through another class, and I taught so many classes that I went to the school district I taught in Utica, the adult ed program, and I said, why don't I put this in your adult ed at night program? I'll teach it at 4 at night, teach it a couple nights a week, we'll charge $25. Oh my God, I got like 80 students. And I'm teaching pre-license. And they all needed brokers. So I said to my broker, Dale Wells, it was Royale Real Estate in Utica, I said, I have some people in my class at night that need a broker sponsor. Would you sponsor them? He said, oh, I don't know. He said, you got 1 or 2? I said, oh, I got 80. He's like, oh. You know, he starts doing a dance. He opened 4 more offices. He opened in Clinton, he opened down in Sterling Heights, he had Utica, he had one at 26th and Van Dyke in Washington, all out of those classes. And then the adult, that's at the time the state of Michigan would reimburse the school districts for everybody a small amount of money that took their adult education training. And one adult ed director from Utica would talk to one in Chippewa Valley, and the next would talk to somebody in Troy, and then the Lance Cruise School. I ended up with 26 public school districts under contract that I was teaching pre-licensed adult ed. So I went to a college, I went to Macomb. They talked to Schoolcraft. They talked to Washtenaw Community College. They talked to Baker, had 4 colleges. And then I had 3 franchises, New World, Earlkine, and Century 21. 26 school districts, 4 colleges, and 3 franchises, and I probably had 10 instructors teaching for me. Needless to say, I quit public school teaching. And the education side was born. And that's when Jack was graduating from college, and I said, if you're not getting the job teaching, why don't you start teaching like with me, pre-licensed? And he continued. I went on and went into board management. I started the Grosse Pointe Board of Realtors. I ran the Macomb County Board of Realtors, and then, of course, worked as a manager within a lot of the franchise systems. And I'm still very active in the associations at a national, state, and local level. Had the fortune of working with Greg McClellan, the #1 attorney in the state for many, many years, and did workshops and programs with Greg. So I focused my whole life on education and training, and also having worked in your business. I was your manager, team leader at this office for a number of years. I think what I'm offering you is not just book hypothetical, but practical as well. Here's what the law says, here's what we have to do, here's the best way to blend it. So you're getting the right information, but you're getting it in a way that you can apply it. Much like Blake Cider Mill that sold cider. And they struggled selling cider. Now they sell hand sanitizer cider. It's so hard that the alcohol content's way up there, and I spray my hands and it's like I'm in an apple orchard with this hand sanitizer. But they did something unique with the younger people in the Blake family as they came up. They said, why don't we make hard cider and sell it across the country? Well, that Blake Cider Mill you find all over now with their beverages, that this is just the big jug of cider, the donuts, and 5,000 of those fees when you go outside, and, you know, while you're trying to eat a vacuum. It's amazing what happens in life, but I turned around from starting my classes in 1974 to the year 2020. It almost seems like science fiction until I have people in my class say, you know, I think you taught and I'm expecting to hear dad, grandfather. Grandfather? I taught your grandfather. Yeah, I used to retire right now. I'm like, what? I taught your grandfather. Now you're in my class and your grandfather's retiring. Boy, does that make me feel good. Well, you take your book now, the one from the GRI class, this one, and you open it up to the first tab, which says Graduate Realtor Institute. If you're ever going to write it correctly, GRI stands for, and it's kind of logo on it. Yep, first page. What's it say? No, yeah, it's, hold your book up. See, this one, got the logo. Look what they do. They write graduate and put a comma after the word graduate. Then they write Realtors Institute. That's the correct way to get this. Let me move this out so I can see everybody. That's the correct way for you. Got everybody's facing here. I'll sit for a minute and then I'll walk around. Sometimes, look, wait, this thing is really up here. Oh, but it's fine. Here's a little song I wrote I'd like to. Jeez, that's what it feels like sitting up here. You are a graduate comma of the Realtors Institute. This is the foundation for all other designations. It is the most widely recognized in the country. You do not get to use the initials until you complete all 3 courses, GRI 1, 2, and 3. As soon as you complete those, your records are maintained by the Michigan Realtors. Remind me when it gets to be 11:45 to get out for lunch. I could not postpone a teleconference meeting with a law firm on an issue we're working on. They will call me at 12 noon, and I only live 2 minutes away. So you're going to come back from lunch at 1 p.m., but you're getting out at 11:45, so I get home and get this conference out of the way. But I'm very well known for it's about 12:15, like, missed everything. It's just so much stuff goes on. But I can't delay this one because of the trial coming up. I also get called to be an expert witness, and I refuse those. I'm not going to be an expert witness in a trial, and it turns out to be against you or somebody else in my business. How do you like that? You know, hey, that's my teacher. That's not fair. I wouldn't like it either, so I turned those down. Maybe if I retire, I'll do that. I am retiring gradually, I want you to know. This year I retired on Monday. So I do not work on Mondays. I take calls and people need me, but I don't go to the office. I don't do anything on Monday. At the end of this year, what day do you think I'm going to pick next? Friday. It'll be Friday and Monday, so I will work Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Many people just retire, and then when they do, that's it. They don't do anything else or else cloak. So I'm doing 1 day a year for 5 years. And I am not going to try for Tuesday, Thursday, until I end up only working on Wednesdays. People laugh, but you know what? I know what I've gone through in this stupid stay-at-home order, quarantine. I went crazy. I mean, you lose track of the days, the hours. You're in your pajamas or you're lounging, you know, stuff. Whiskers out the ear. It's like, you're like a caveman or something. And it seemed like I always had a drink. It didn't matter what time of the day it was. Gee, that sounds good. You know, time for a Bloody Mary. It's like 8 in the morning. Oh, but it kind of destroys you mentally. So I think that retirement 1 day at a time will work. With the GRI, once you have all 90 hours, you get a certificate for each course. You then send a form, or you just go online. The Michigan Realtors has it online. Apply for your GRI. Fill out the application, send it to them. You don't have to send your certificates to them. They have your records. Then they will issue a GRI certificate in your name, which allows you to use the designation next to your name on cards and signs. And you should put on Facebook. I have a ton of propaganda as to what this means and what benefit it is to the public. Promote yourself. Too many GRIs get together and they just promote one another. The public has to know. I will tell you one thing. How big would this class be? If the news and free press and national publications started saying, if you're going to list or sell if you're going to list your home or buy a home, make sure that the realtor you work with has the initials GRI next to their name. It's your assurance of quality. It guarantees blah, 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 blah. And if the public started saying to us, you know, I'd like to talk to you, I'd like to have you come over and have an appointment to talk about marketing my home, but before I do, I have one question. Do you have your GRI designation? Because I got a website here that I can look it up on just to check, but I thought I'd ask first. Oh, but I will by the time I come over, because you can't take the courses online, so you'd have to go crazy online to take all 3. When the public starts asking for it, the classes would like go crazy in size, but the public doesn't know about it, and we don't do enough to promote it. So I think that's critical. Now that you have your GRI, because you sent the application to the state, and they have all 3 certificates, it's time to think about your broker's license. Oh, let's see what page I can go to here. Let's go to page 1, module 1. Now this is the part of the course that I call confusing, because I wrote it so I don't always follow the page. I kind of talk it with you. And it seems to be better for you to pay attention with than trying to read 50 words that I can use 10 and make sense out of. You do not need any hours to take the broker's exam. Anyone can take it. You need 40 hours certified to take the salesperson's exam. Well, that's right, I'm right in the path if you're going to go to the restroom. If you have to use the restroom while I'm teaching, wear your mask, and when you get right up close to me, run. And I'll hide. Oh, I just put myself in the phone. Maybe that's right. Pardon?
Excuse me.
Oh, yes.
Being late.
Oh, you're in the class? Oh, okay. You know what? Go this way, go around, and pick a seat. Or you can just, well, you can sit right here. Or you can sit by the bagels if you don't. Wait, don't go. You will need something. What will she need? Or she'll need her books.
This is fun.
And what can I do with that? Who? He's in court? Oh my goodness. It's terrible. Good thing he's there. Ray, come up and get your books. I Here's, you get 3. There's 1. I know you. Here's 2. And here's Isn't that good? Ray gets here an hour late, and we're on page 1.
Thanks for waiting.
Actually, Ray called me before class and said, I will be a little late. Stall if you can. So, all right, we're back to what do I do next? If I want to be a real estate salesperson, what do I have to do first in the state of Michigan? Take a 40-hour certified course, 40 hours, 4 hours of which must be fair housing and civil rights. And then, once I take that course, I can apply to take the test, salesperson's exam. What do I have to do to be a broker or associate broker? Now, get this straight. You take a broker's exam, but you apply to the state when you pass it to either be an individual broker in your own name, which I have Thomas Kotzian at my house, individual, or you apply for a corporation license, which I also have as Commercial Brokers of Michigan, Inc. Why do I have that license? Because my CPA said, that sounds like a good name, and someday somebody will want to buy it. Commercial Brokers of Michigan. Nobody's offered to buy it yet. So I have a subchapter S corporation that you can do online with the state just sitting at your desk. And I am the president. I'm the only one in the company. So I am the broker of the company. But because the company is the broker, I can't be the broker, can't have 2 brokers. So what am I? I have to have an application for an associate broker license. Corporation is the broker. Thomas Kotzian is the principal associate broker. And now that's also in my house. You are allowed as many principal associate broker licenses as you want, which means you could open up 5 different corporations. Broker, residential, property management, commercial, investment, what would be the other one? Timeshare, you can have them all separate, but you would be the principal associate broker of all 5. Can't limit how many companies a person can own. But you can limit how many salesperson's licenses you can have at the same time, and the answer is only 1. And you can limit how many non-principal associate broker licenses you can have with a company. Only 1. A non-principal associate broker simply means You have an associate broker license, but you function as a salesperson for someone else that owns the company. Why would I want that? Because sometimes that company gets big enough and expands that they need people to manage or go into administration, and you've got to have the associate broker license to do that. So, it also gives you a leg up in terms of marketing your services. So, test question, how many non-principal associate broker licenses at the same time? The problem we have are CPAs who would, between January 1st and this time of the year, have done your taxes and said to you, well, you made a lot of money, too bad you're not a corporation. Why don't you file for a subchapter S corporation, pick a name, ABC company, and have your broker write your commission checks to that company? And it happens every year. In fact, when I taught this class in Ann Arbor for the Ann Arbor Board of Realtors, and I managed an office or credential in Ann Arbor, nobody had the same name that was on their birth certificate. Everybody had different company names for getting paid by the company. And every single broker in Ann Arbor thought that if their salespeople formed corporations, they could pay them in that name. Totally illegal. You may only pay people in your company in the name that's on their license. And when somebody works for you as a broker, they can't be another broker competing with you. They have to be their own name as a salesperson or their own name as a non-principal associate broker. But you've got to pay them in the name that's on the license with your company. No exceptions, even if they have a corporate name or a corporation. Unless the corporation that they have is a broker. And that corporation is at their house, it's a broker, and I'm going to shake my finger and say, don't you ever take one dime for trust account money. Don't close deals through that company. Use the company strictly to operate expenses and income with. Because the minute you start practicing with that company at home, you're in conflict with your broker that you have a license with. They have to get permission. But more importantly, you subject yourself to random audit by the state of Michigan. They can come to your house anytime and say, we want to see your books and records. I have had the state contact me 3 different times over the last 20 years to do an audit on my books. And 3 times I sent a letter back to the state. I do not maintain an escrow or trust account. There is nothing to audit. And they said, fine, no audit is needed. But what that allows you to do, flop right off, that's pretty darn tall. You got a giant here for an instructor. What that allows you to do is have a legal corporate entity at home, just like your CPA said. But what your CPA doesn't know is you can't have a company unless it has a broker's license, because only brokers can pay their own only brokers can pay their own licensees, true? And another broker. Brokers can pay other brokers and their own licensees. If you just had your own corporation at home, you're not licensed with your broker with that company, so they can't pay you. And you're not, NOT, not another broker. Does that make sense? So they can't pay because it's not another broker. But the minute you make your corporation at home a broker and you're the principal associate of it, you put your car through it, you put everything, part of your home expenses, every single dime goes through expense on a subchapter S filing a corporation. You're going to make money because of it. And your broker now cannot say to you, I can't pay you with that name, ABC Realty, because they're not licensed with you. They don't have to be. They're a licensed broker, and you're allowed to pay other licensed brokers. So from now on, instead of Tom Kotzian getting a commission check from Keller Williams Lakeside, all my checks go to ABC Realty, which is my corporation, and I can do what I want. But what you can't do is if you have a team, you cannot pay your team out of that company, because that team is still licensed with your broker. Your broker at Lakeside has to pay them. But what you can do is this. A team can get paid in their own name, then they can turn those checks, sign them over to the team leader of their team, and you can put them in that corporation and divide them by profit share and anything else, however you want that team to run. Once a check is issued to a person, what they do with it after is their business. But I want you to know the right way to do it, because there's a ton of people out there now, like a whole city in Ann Arbor, doing it wrong. And all they need is an audit. And all they need is an accident, workers' comp, sexual harassment, going out in their car and having liability for hitting another person while they're on the job. And that broker and they themselves who employ unlicensed assistants would have such a nightmare and a mess. Many of the people today have unlicensed assistants and they say, oh, they're independent contractors. Yeah, because you call them that, but you treat them as a what? Employee. I know one thing, with my corporation at home, and get an umbrella, it's not an umbrella, get a policy like $1 million, $2 or $3 million umbrella policy to protect you as well for your homeowners. So anything in excess of what your insurance has, the umbrella kicks in. My corporation is doing it at home, not me personally, which kind of protects my personal assets as well. I would like to take a question from somebody that's outside the building at the front door. Yes?
Everything. So the umbrella policy would it be under your personal homeowners then? Like, cause I already did form, my tax person told me to form a corporation and file as an S corp, right? So I already did that, now I'm getting my broker, so that you can do what you're saying. Now, how do I do the umbrella?
You talk to your insurance agent, you say,
Yeah.
you know how much an umbrella policy, it's like $125 a year for 1 million.
Yeah,
So I say $250 for 2 million.
yeah,
Find out, what will it cover if I'm doing other business at home? Will the umbrella cover it? Every company has different policies. All I know is for the amount of money it costs, it's so good to have that added protection.
and that takes away personal liability.
That certainly can help you a tremendous amount on personal liability.
And it would be under your company's name then?
I just refer you
Oh, okay,
to
okay.
your agent
Yeah,
on this.
okay.
Oh, I'm getting off the track, but you want to see what a mess you can get in if you don't have the knowledge and education. We're going to have it, we're going to cover it in this class, but two things. Number one, the Grosse Pointe Board of Realtors standard purchase agreement. And the second one is occupancy charges. Occupancy charges are not rent. They were never meant to be. That daily rate goes to the buyer. What's left when they leave goes to the seller. It's not a rental. If it was treated as rent, the Landlord-Tenant Relationship Act would come in. Boom. Very, very strict. Inventory checklist, termination checklist, security deposits in a approved financial institution with certain requirements of how the money is held, how it's taken out. And wait till I tell you about insurance. So what am I seeing from my own company? Their purchase agreement. Occupancy, 1.5 times a day. It's this amount per day, but 1.5 if you stay late. plus a security deposit of 500 or 1,000, I'm like, oh, geez. By calling it a security deposit, the only place in Michigan law that defines a security deposit is the Landlord-Tenant Relationship Act. By you writing that security deposit into, and what you don't write drives me nuts. You write security deposits every day, but nobody writes what happens if there's a dispute over it. How does it handle? Why don't you write at least, if all parties agree to go small claims court, all parties agree to arbitrate, all parties will have a payout. Nothing. It's left for everybody to fight and argue about. But God help you if that home burns down because of the language you wrote in the purchase agreement. If you write security deposit, you write 1.5 times the daily amount. If it exceeds the number of days, you made it a landlord-tenant relationship. And the buyer that closed on that home that's allowing the seller to stay has homeowner's insurance, not a landlord relationship, not a landlord insurance. The home burns down, they do an investigation, they find out you didn't have occupancy, you made it a rental. Ooh, we don't cover rental properties, that was a different policy. What's happening? My home burned down. I'm sorry. The seller's screaming. All my belongings. Yeah, you didn't have a tenant policy to cover it. I didn't need a tenant policy, I'm a homeowner. No, that stopped on closing. All you had to do was say, this much a day, occupancy, and shut up. Who cares about the security? It's not worth it for the risk that you take creating a landlord-tenant relationship. Either that or it's just no occupancy. We're the only state, one of the few that give occupancy. You say that in the East Coast and they're like, occupancy, what are you talking about? When we close, it's my house. That's just the way it is. But in trying to be creative and trying to protect people, you're actually making things much worse for them and creating a greater problem. And my favorite one on occupancy is this. 1/30th PITI. Well, in our days in the 70s, we had 1/30th NMPT or something, new mortgage payment, whatever. I had one, and I'll just give you an example. I wrote it because it was a for sale by owner my cousins bought near Brighton, Michigan, on a lake, beautiful home. Guy said, I can't be out for 6 months. I'm building a new home at Oak Point on the golf course. But you can buy it now. And I said, oh, 6 months occupancy? Yes, I said, good. Then you will pay their daily rate for their mortgage? Yep, I'll pay it. So I wrote something I preach not to. 1/30th PITI, which is not a number, you know. You've got to have a number. And by the way, if a buyer can make an offer on a listing for less than the list price, why the heck can't the buyer make, why the heck can't the seller counter at a daily rate less than you're paying for your mortgage? It's negotiable. What I'm seeing now on multiple offers, you stay the 30 days free. We don't even want, we don't want occupancy. Right up. See how easy it is. You get 30 days free. So don't be so insistent it's got to be to the penny what that monthly amount is. So here's my cousin. We get the beautiful home on the water. This is a second home. He owns a drywall company, makes a lot of money. The seller assumed it was a 30-year loan. We're talking like $460,000. It was 10 years ago. It wasn't a 30-year loan. It was a 10-year loan. You know how much the monthly payments were? And I wrote 1/30th PITI for 180 days. We took $38,000 and put it in escrow out of the guy's proceeds for occupancy. The guy who couldn't be out in 6 months was out in 10 days. He said, I could live at the Ritz-Carlton for what you're charging me to live in my home. But he signed 1/30th. How would you like to be the one? By the way, when you do this, and I'm just letting you know, the teacher in me says, I'll call on you, I'll just wrap this up and then go there. How would you like to be the agent that wrote 130th PITI and found out it was instead of a 30-year loan, a 10, and the seller is saying, you were my agent? You pay the difference. And could very well win in court because you prepared the contract. Question?
So going back to the insurance, you said just put the occupancy, right? But neither the seller or the buyer can some form of home insurance?
All I'm saying is on occupancy, if it's plain old $50 a day for 30 days, what's that? $1,500 or something. You pay $1,500 to stay in that home for 30 days. Occupancy. Michigan courts all over the place for the last 50 years have said, your homeowners covers you, your homeowners covers you. Occupancy is N-O-T, not a rental.
So even once, like you said, it ends the closing to the seller,
It's okay. It's not a rental. But you put magic words like 1.5 times, because when you go under the Landlord-Tenant Act, what do you see? 1.5 times, and then you say the worst words of all, security deposit of, there you go, point, automatic.
so those already pre-filled in on the
Oh,
contract.
they're printed in my purchase agreement. And you know the other one that gets me, because I'm even on the board of directors for the Grosse Pointe Board of Realtors. You better check with your broker before you ever take a pen and put your initials on a clause that says arbitration of disputes. Arbitration. Arbitration means you give up your right to all legal remedy. You cannot go to court. You don't have an attorney representing you in court. You don't get a judge or jury trial. You cannot appeal. You are dead. Some little guy like this walks in the house if there's a dispute between the buyer and the seller. By the way, the reason we created arbitration clauses in Michigan, and I was on that panel years ago, was because it was so damn expensive for buyers after they moved in to even start a lawsuit if the seller really stuck it to them on this home. That they were helpless. They'd go to an attorney, ask for help, the attorney would say, well, I want a retainer fee of $5,000. So we did arbitration. Pay $265, file an arbitration request. And if the seller agreed on the PA, then this guy or this gal comes to the house, sits there and says at the kitchen table, well, you tell me what you think is wrong. And the buyer goes on, and this, and the plumbing, and let me show you this. Then the seller says, the defense, well, I didn't do that, I thought he, and the arbitrator says, okay, I've heard enough. Briefcase, walks out. You're like, they don't have to give a decision at the house. They go back to their office and they type $50,000 judgment against the seller. That's it, folks. No appeal. Can't take it to court and appeal. That award, the only thing that you can take to court is the award and get a court to assess it against the seller, garnishing wages, seizing assets, doing whatever it takes to get the $50,000. That seller says, what did you do to me? I got a $50,000 award against me because of arbitration. And it only cost the buyer how much? $295 to file. Because the cheaper it is to file, the more you encourage what? People to file. Now, if you're representing the buyer, is that bad? No, the buyer loves you. All I'm saying is, please, 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 let the buyer and seller decide if they want to arbitrate. And explain to your seller before they initial that, because most buyers will check it and initial it. It's to their advantage. And explain to a seller, you may want to talk to your attorney before you agree to mandatory binding arbitration over litigation. I don't want to be the one to recommend it. But you want to know what I'm really preaching to you for? There's two other spots to initial. Who are they for? For the listing broker and the selling broker. And I never want one of my agents to initial that and obligate me, the principal broker, to binding arbitration. I didn't agree to that. My agent did, and my agent doesn't even have to be there. You have no right to bind me to something. Secondly, I'm a firm believer that I don't want anybody touching a contract with a broker's name or initials. A real estate purchase agreement is a two-party or a four-party agreement. What is it, 2 or 4? 2, it's between a buyer and a seller. But the minute real estate agents write things like, this is a cooperative sale, they put it in the purchase agreement, 3% to the selling agent, and arbitration up here. You put enough crap in here that has enforcement power against you as a company, and you very well will make it a 4-party agreement. When it's a 4-party agreement, things like fraud, misrepresentation, defects can all be lumped in with you and the seller or even the buyer. Well, I'm not with the buyer, I'm just their agent. No, you wrote all this other crap, signed places, initial places, put your commission in here. Looks to me like this contract's for 4 parties. I keep all broker stuff off the PA. If I want to write it's a co-op sale with the other broker, I'll have it on a side, a commission agreement. I don't care. It's just notice a buyer agency. There's a co-op sale, 3%. Everybody agrees, you know, as published in the MLS. Don't get so involved in the contract that you make yourself a party to it and lose the protection you have by being an outside person. Now you're an inside person. And then don't take your broker and take down mandatory arbitration dispute resolution. I called our E&O company. You know what they said? We don't cover arbitration. So if your agent gets themselves in trouble because they initialed the arbitration clause, they're on their own, you're on your own, good luck. We only cover litigation in court. I'm like, oh, great. So, what did you learn today? A couple of important things right off the bat, occupancy and standard purchase agreements. Is it good that we have them? Folks, all I know is there's a whole bunch of people that push for these arbitration clauses, and that's why you see them. But they did it for the parties, they didn't do it for the brokers. Keep your broker out of it. Any silly questions? No, I'm sorry, not silly. Normal questions.
A question would be like excellent purchase agreements with the arbitration clause in it. So that's just another item of negotiating to go over as far as, well, if you sign it, great, but my total waste and as well, we're not going to do, strike it out, or we don't do anything. And
She said it perfect. We don't sign it, we don't initial it. Here's how it works. She's absolutely right. The arbitration clause is only binding against the people who initialed it. It doesn't affect the contract one bit. If a buyer says, I demand it, and the seller won't initial it, the buyer has the right to say that I won't buy your house. But I think that'd be a crazy way not to get a home just because they wouldn't sign arbitration. But I am going to advise my seller, if I have the listing, are you aware of what this could mean to you? Be very careful. Whether you initial it or not, check with your attorney. If a seller won't initial and the buyer will, you gotta have both initial to make it enforceable. Arbitration simply won't work. If the buyer and seller sign it, but the agents won't, or only one will, well, if one does, the arbitrator can make a decision against that broker, but not the one that didn't initial. And if everyone but you initialed arbitration, they're not going to look at you. That's your right. It does not affect the contract if you will not initial it on behalf of Keller Williams Lakeside.
you have to initial it, or just signing at the bottom needs to accept?
They're usually 4 boxes and you just initial, and it says, we agree to binding arbitration. Failure to initial, no arbitration is enforceable
But
against
you
you.
can enforce the rest of the contract?
Yep.
I feel like I've seen that clause popped in there without initials in the bottom. At that point, you just scratch it off and then initials.
If that clause ever pops up without initials, it's just put in as part of the purchase agreement, you don't have to touch it because a contract is a two-party agreement, not a four. It's not binding against you. Even if it says, and binding against the agent, you've got to sign or initial to make it binding.
What about if you try to protect your buyer?
But if your seller listens to you and says, no, I don't agree with it, I don't want to do it, then absolutely line it out. Please.
When you,
So you strike it out, but if you're signing as the seller of buyer agent as witness, if I sign as witness the signature, am I putting myself on
No,
the contract?
witness
I'm
is-
just witnessing the signature.
Correct.
If you're doing it with electronic signature.
First
I'm
of all,
witnessing.
witnesses are not required in Michigan law. And secondly, as signing as a witness does not make you obligated to anything.
Yeah,
That's
if you
perfect.
didn't witness the signature on electronic, you never witnessed it anyways, you shouldn't be signing it.
You're good, you're protected. Okay, let's move on to the rest of page 1. What you're going to find is when we come to these things, I'll just say skip those pages we covered, and I'll say the other one. Because I get you more involved in the conversation than in the reading. All right, I'm still on GRI. Here we go, I'm not done. We're still on page 1. Ready? Take all 3 GRI courses, get 90 hours. It includes 9 hours of fair housing and civil rights. So when you finish GRI 3 online, you will have 90 hours, good for your broker's license, and you'll have all your fair housing and civil rights. Your education is done. Then take the PSI test when you think you're ready. Pass it, and the minute you pass it, your score is good for 1 year. If you don't apply for your broker's license in that year, your score will expire. So, once you pass the test, now here's what you have to do. You have to send an application to the state of Michigan for either an individual broker license, or I suggest, are you ready? My suggestion. Send in an application for a non-principal associate broker license to the same company you are now a salesperson with. Let's hypothetically, since we're in the building and many of you are from Keller Williams, let's hypothetically say you send in an application for a non-principal associate broker license on behalf of Keller Williams Lakeside. They are now going to look at your application, and here's what they're going to look for. Do you have all 90 hours for the broker's license requirement? Yes, I do. I checked yes. Not good enough. Not good enough. What are you going to send them to prove that you have the 90? A copy of each certificate from GRI 1, 2, and 3 with your application. What else are you going to send them? You're going to send them a form that certifies. Used to have to get all your old brokers to sign it. Not anymore. You just certify that I sold, are you ready, more than 5 homes in a 12-month period for 3 12-month periods. Now I got to explain this. More than 5 is what? 6. You better show 6 sales, and you might get some wise guy person at the other end of the line in Lansing that says, oh, that's for 3 calendar years. They're full. It's for 3 12-month periods, because some people get licensed in the middle of the year. You don't get licensed as a salesperson January 1. So if you started your career in June, you could show from June to May another June. In fact, you could have 2 bum years where you only sold 2 homes. But if you show me 3 12-month periods of 6 sales for each of those 3 12-month periods, you got your experience. And the only third thing you need is, they check the PSI, did you pass the broker's exam? The answer is, I did. And yet, see, so once you pass the broker exam, you get 1 full year to get all this crap together, get your money in and get it to the state. Now, why did Tom just say to apply for, and of course, once the non-principal associate broker license comes to your company, you gotta send back your sales license. You can't hold both. Why did Tom just say, get an associate broker license with my own broker? Why don't I do that corporation at home? Because that's too much stuff at the beginning. Listen, take the path of least resistance. Just slip in and get that old associate broker license with your current broker. And keep it. Now what can you do once they issue it? Now, once they issue it, and you have all the time in the world because you got it, now very nicely go online, form a subchapter S, get the corporate ID number, get your articles of incorporation, make it a real estate name. Can't put the word realtor in a corporate name. You can call yourself a realtor, but you can't use it in your name. Call yourself ABC Realty. And then get an associate broker principal license and send it with the corporate license. The corporate license is the broker. You are the principal associate broker, all together with a fee. Do I have to send my 90 hours? No, you already have an associate broker license. You are on record as having complied with being a broker. You don't need a test, you don't need experience, you don't need the hours. You simply say, I already have a broker's license. Now the corporate license comes to your house, along with the principal associate broker license. Then you type the letter to your current broker. From now on, make all my checks out to Don Juan Real Estate. Make all my checks out to ABC Realty. And here's a copy of my broker's license. I'm the principal. And the broker goes, who taught you that? Tom Kotzian. You'll never teach her that. No. That's perfect. Because you've now done what your CPA wants, and you're starting to protect your money and preserve it. Along with all of that, you filled out an application form for a GRI, and you got that designation. Anything else? You're covered. You're absolutely covered completely in what you need. But one more thing, and then I'll take your question. I had to remind the Michigan Realtors 2 weeks ago of what the law says. Because they said to me, we can't do that. I had a lady in my class in the North Oakland Board of Realtors. She said, Tom, I'm only here to get the designation. I already have my broker's license. So I don't need broker hours. I said, well, then you're in luck. Because if you don't need broker hours, this course counts for continuing education. She said, okay. So she believed me. And called the state, and they said, oh no, the GRI courses are not approved for continuing education. So I go into my briefcase, I pull out the statute for the state of Michigan for license law, and I read what 12 years ago we passed. And it says, a designation course. This is a designation course that is not used for broker licensing shall apply for continuing, shall be acceptable for continuing education hours. I said, it's in the statute. Michigan law says it counts for content. You own, what is it called, CE Marketplace. You own that CE. And you're saying you don't have the course approved. You don't have a choice statutorily. It counts. So you know what they have to do? Before yours was taught, they had to approve all the GRI courses for ComEd. However, don't you dare use it for comment unless you listen to my warning. If you need this course and the others in GRI for your broker license, forget Con Ed. Don't even think about it. Take your normal Con Ed classes. Because you cannot use the same hours for two different things. Should you use these hours and apply them to continuing education, you lose all the hours for the broker license. You can't use them twice. So I would imagine most of you are using it for your broker license, but anybody that has a broker's license, you just got a whopping bunch of Con Ed hours. The only thing you have to do every year is take what? 2 hours of legal. I'm sure this course has 2 hours of legal, but next year you'll need 2 hours of legal, and last year you needed 2 hours of legal. But all the other hours, you got it all in one course. It's 30 hours here. That's a lot for continuing education. Do you have any questions about what this course is about and the whole designation and licensing and subchapter S? Okay. Yes.
Could you read me really quick what you said in the beginning of the class, something about when you open yourself up to an audit, you take on an escort in a certain manner? Just a little bit more.
Yeah, when you open yourself up to an audit, anytime you have money in a trust account or an escrow account. When they say with a letter, they randomly select you. We have pulled a bunch of broker licenses, yours is one, we're coming for an audit. You say, I do not maintain escrow accounts. I have no escrow accounts. Your broker license is strictly used for accounting or the other company to funnel the money. Don't say funnel. Funnel the money. It's strictly used for accounting purpose, but no trust account, escrow account money is held.
And so would I be wrong to assume then that you're suggesting that as a licensee, they cannot random audit us?
They will,
They can, right? Yeah.
they will randomly choose you, and you can get chosen every 3 years. If they've already audited you in a couple of years ago, they can't come back for 3 years. Then they can come back.
So what if you are doing property management and you're holding a trust account? So your S corp is ran just as the money fund, we'll call it that, or class A.
They won't touch your S corp, but the other one they will. Yes. Whoever holds the money, they will. That's why brokers today are asking title companies to hold their escrow money. They don't want to die. So when they have these random audits come up, they say, we do not hold escrow money. It's held by a title company. And you better not take a dime, because immediately that would be a violation of the law if you did. Agents can't request brokers only, but agents can have money held by a title company if it's part of the purchase agreement. If the buyer says, I want the money held by a title company, okay, but we'll get to that in the 2 banking days. Because we have a break coming up in 3 hours. No, a couple minutes. All right. Well, oh, I forget this chair. I don't know why I keep trying to sit. Well, then I can't see you. Oh. Is there, oh, I see it. Oh, yeah. Boy, sit on it, push the button. I know how this is. Sit on it, Tom. Just hit the button. Wham! There you go. Well, there. If I have to sit, I can do it this way. Page 1, Introduction, Program Welcome. Welcome to our course. Now the time has talked for 2 hours. Go to the second paragraph. In italics. Established in 1915, the Michigan Realtors is an integrated advocacy and communication force for professionals of our state. Okay, see that? The next sentence is question 1 on your test. You're getting 4 tests in this course. The very first question you're tested on has this statement. We are the recognized public policy and legal advocate for private property rights. Is that true or false? It's true, because it says so. So the first answer on your first test coming up today is true. And I'll keep going, don't highlight anything else. As well as the acknowledged leading resource for our professional development, knowledge exchange, and wide-ranging business service. How many members? 32,000 members of the Michigan Realtors. How many licenses are there in the state? 52,000. That means there's another 20,000 that aren't realtors. So don't be surprised when you call somebody in a rural area or northern Michigan and say, hey, I have a buyer, I see you have a listing, do you cooperate? You hear no. Well, what do you mean no? Happened to me in the 70s. I said, you don't cooperate? I said, I have a buyer. That's the kind of home they're looking for. I said, what should I do? And the broker said, sell the buyer to me. I said, okay. Does that mean you'll pay a referral fees? Don't pay you nothing. I said, well, thanks a lot, Scrooge. No, I said, well, how does that work? He said, we list them, we sell them. If we can't sell them, they expire. You're welcome to list them, but we don't work with any, I don't know what you call them, out of towners or anything. I'm like, well, thanks a lot. So I'm going to teach you something about the code right now. If you're not in the same MLS or the same board of realtors, or in a data sharing group like the Great Lakes Repository, never assume that because somebody's a realtor like in Lansing, that you could call and make an appointment to show their listing because you're a realtor, and they will cooperate and compensate. The Code of Ethics says this: if you don't have a relationship with them as an MLS or a board, there's no offer to cooperate and compensate. In fact, they may cooperate, but they don't have to compensate. Or they may cooperate, but they don't have to pay you what they're offering in their MLS. They can pay you less. Be very careful when you're going outside your area. Always get in writing from the company an authorization to show the property and an agreement to pay a commission of hypothetically 3% cooperating broker fee. You don't have that in writing. You go to closing, you're going to be empty-handed. And you can't take them to arbitration. There's nothing to arbitrate. You're not in the same organization. It's so funny, we're realtors, but only territorial in terms of actually making money. Don't learn that the hard way, especially on a really big price property. What's included in Module 1? Everything Tom talked about. Turn the page. Let's go to Roman numeral 2 on page 2. Well, son of a gun, here's question number 2. I'll tell you when to read. Find where it says putting your GRI course to use. Skip the word historically, don't touch it. Now start highlighting everything I read. A significant number of realtors who attend the GRI courses. We're also seeking to fulfill the required 90 hours of education to sit for their real estate broker or associate broker license. End of highlight. What question is that on your test? 2. Anything else here? No. Everything I talked about. Turn to page 4. Read nothing on it. Go to Roman numeral 3 at the bottom of page 4. GRI from both an industry and consumer perspective. The GRI designation has value both within the industry and with the public, and Tom has been talking really heavily on getting the public to start recognizing it. What's Tom talking about now? He's talking about question 3. Are you ready? Question 3, under value of a GRI designation. Find these words and highlight them. The Graduate, Realtors Institute, GRI in parentheses and stop. Question 3 wants you to tell me, what does GRI stand for? Answer. Graduate Realtors Institute. This is a powerful test, I'll tell you. It's true and false. And there's something we allow in GRI 1. You are allowed to look within 3 people around you to see what they wrote for an answer when you take the test. Peeking is permitted. No, peeking is not. You can't get a true and false, which I'm spelling it right out, but not letting you use your book. Okay, you can peek into it. Next page, number 5. Earning the GRI. Why become a GRI? Well, what's it say about the income? It says, why become a GRI? Because the median income in 2013 from NAR's survey shows $61,000 a year for those with the designation and only $39,000 a year for the $39,800 for those without. A difference of annual income of $21,200. I'm not interested in the numbers. I'm interested that there is a significant difference between the designation and that without. And why is that? Because people who get the designation are people who seek education. People without are people who seek nothing. They just want to find ways to do things to make money without understanding it or protecting it, or to be honest, protecting their client. And I've always been taught, so have you. Nice one. That's a teeny issue. I've always been taught. Now, you want to chase your deal, you want to have the worst luck with a deal, sell a home and count the commission first. Don't ever look at the commission on a sale. You almost have to, your head almost calculates. Focus on what? Taking care of the client all the way through closing. The commission will be there. But I swear that the first time you know what's times 3%, and it's this minus my company fees, minus my royalty fee and transaction fee. Oh, good, that'll be enough to buy this. You're doomed. You have focused on the wrong purpose. And it's almost like people can see dollar signs in your eye. I like to see your Facebook posts where you got your arm around people, not today, your elbow around people. And basically they're saying how helpful you were. The testimonials are, you got us through a difficult time, we're in the home, we love you, and we love you. That's taking care of people. Commissions are rewards for them. But never, ever make a commission for purpose. That's the payment for doing a good job. Anything else here? No. I already covered it. Anything else? No. Go to page 7. Wasn't this important? Nope, I've already talked it. What we're going to do is we're going to have an exercise. What the heck was that? That was a paper clip. Stuff's flying off the desk here. Let me sit on my lower chair now, where it's easier to sit down. Oh, great. Now I look like a talking head. It says, exercise goal. Each year, NAR publishes a member profile. It's a snapshot of who we are as an industry. It has highlights, and you can find it on nar.realtor. There's a full report. Here is the exercise. Ready? I can't wait to see your faces. The class will be divided into groups consisting of 5 students who sit real close to each other without masks. Made you laugh. We will not do any of the group exercises. Remain where you're at. Just wanted to see some of you go like this. Stay where you're at. We'll do it as a large group. And we're going to look at the characteristics and highlights of the member profile on page 9. So, going to start up front with Michelle. You are going to read the first bullet point under highlights, business characteristics of realtors, and we're going to each do a bullet point to get through the member profile. And if you have a question, stop and we'll talk about it. Michelle, nice and loud so everyone in the back can hear. I know. Do the best you can.
65% of realtors were licensed sales agents, 21% of broker licenses, and 15% of broker associate licenses.
See, you're a specialist in a small group. Don't get the license and not show the public what it means and how it affects them because of your knowledge, education, training, and testing.
The typical realtor had 10 years of experience.
Wow, that's a long one, wasn't it? Savannah, the next one.
15% of members had at least one personal assistant.
Okay, now read it backwards. No, that's good. One personal assistant, see the changes. Next.
51% of realtors reported having a website for at least 5 years, 9% reported having a real estate blog, and 71% of members were on Facebook, and 59% on LinkedIn for professional use.
If we went back 20 years, would that sentence even exist? You wouldn't even know what we were talking about. LinkedIn. Thank you. Next.
The most common information found on realtor websites among all realtors was the members' own listings and home buying and selling information.
Bingo. Perfect.
80% of realtors were very certain they would remain active as real estate professionals for 2 more years.
How often does our profession turn over? Like 50%. Not every 3 years. There's a core that stay for a long time, but there's a huge number. When the National Association of Realtors says we have 1.6 million members, that means that year. And then another 600,000 new ones next year because 600,000 dropped out. It's just the nature of our job. It's not hard to get a license. We'll do Robert next.
In 2017, the typical agent had 11 transactions with the account, 12 transactions on one.
It's actually down. Isn't that something? Interesting. Next.
The median sales volume for brokerage specialists decreased to 1.8 million in 2017 from 1.9 million in 2016.
Hey, what's it look like happened from 16 to 17? Kind of went down a little, didn't it? Okay, Gino.
For the 5th year in a row, the difficulty finding the right property surpassed the difficulty in obtaining mortgage financing as the most cited reason for limiting potential clients.
Is that still in place today? Absolutely, right?
The typical property manager managed 35 properties in 2017, down from 42 properties in 2016.
See, you keep saying that word down. Is real estate cyclical? And we have some really down times. We have some really good times. I started in 1972. Do you realize some of the crazy times I've been through? We didn't have electronic boards outside of lenders. We had savings and loans with big sticks. They would take that stick like at the drive-in or other places and put letters up, and those letters would represent the interest that they were paying at the time. They were putting up 15, 16% interest, and 17%, 18% interest was for the mortgages. It was unbelievable. You tell people, you can afford 2.5 times your annual income for a mortgage. No, you'd say you can afford 1 time your annual income for a loan. 1 time? Yep. What'll that get me? A garage. Maybe someday you could build a house with it. It was interest, so that's why land contracts became popular, because their interest was capped at 11%. We were doing private financing. Sellers were selling homes with a free car in the garage just to sell and get out. Believe me, whatever you think could happen has, but you know one thing? It's always come back, and it's always come back bigger. Just get through the low times because the good times come back. It's never collapsed. That's the good part. Until this noise. People like, what? All right, all the way to the back. Nice amount.
Most realtors work 40 hours.
Oh, no, further back.
Oh.
All the way back.
Typical property manager managed 35 properties in 2017, down from 42.
Now do the next one. Because we did that one.
I think.
Do one more.
All right, most realtors work 40 hours a week in 2017, a trend that has continued for several years.
Okay, thank you, next.
All right, typical realtor earns 12% of their business from repeat clients and customers, and 12% from referrals from past clients and customers.
17%
I'm sorry, yeah,
referrals.
17.
What's the benefit of referrals from past customers and clients?
They already trust you.
The benefit is to get a call out of the blue when you're just saying, oh man, business is down, and have somebody say, we need to sell our home. And we were either referred to you or you sold our home 5 years ago, now we're moving out of state. And you're like, oh, thank you. Don't be mad because I'm saying this, what's the worst part of having 70% of your business be repeat and referral business? What's the worst part about having 70% of your business be repeat and referral? It's going to dry up. The maximum should be 30 to 35% repeat referral. That means you're putting enough new business in to keep it going. When your business turns mostly into repeat and referral and you're delighted, what it's basically saying is you're ready to hit the tipping point and there won't be any more repeat referral. You're not generating enough new to make it happen. So balance. Always, I call it source, S-O-U-R-C. Source your business. Don't you ever close a deal from now for the rest of your life without writing on that file, what was the source? Was it a referral, family, relative, for sale by owner, expired listing? Was it a sphere of influence? Was it just a cold call, neighbors to a listing or sale? What was it? Because if you don't track it, you won't know where it comes from, and you won't know where you're making the most money and where you can increase money by working an area that you're avoiding. It's very, very important. One of the top 3 right now. Top 3 sources of listings that people have that sell and close. Not working? Sounds okay.
Here, social media.
What are the 3 major sources of business to generate listings today? Referral, networking?
Mailers.
Pardon?
Mailers.
Social media.
Okay. I'm going to give you one and maybe I'll help you. Expired listings. There's calling and generating appointments with expireds. How well do you do that? I don't. Well, some people have made a part of it. They practice, they role play, and they're real good, and they don't care what people say at the other end of the phone. They've got a script, they've got a dialogue, they're polished. If they get to a certain question, number 5, and they get a yes, they go for the appointment. If not, they say thank you, goodbye. But if you don't say anything, you're ignoring a source of people that at one time said, we want to sell, but it didn't work out, and we still want to sell. What's another source? For sale by owner. People who think they can do it and end up not doing it or having a real problem. There is script, there is dialogue, there's language. It's as easy as this. I am calling about the home for sale. Is this the owner? Yes, it is. Thank you. My name is Tom with Keller Williams, and I'm calling to see. We don't want to work with realtors. Oh, I appreciate that. Permit me to ask one question, please. This one. If we had a qualified buyer willing to pay a price acceptable to you, would you consider accepting an offer through our company? Well, yeah, we'll pay the buyer commission, but we don't want to let free. Just take a few minutes to see enough of your home to tell my buyers about it. In fact, if I'm there longer than 10 minutes, it's because you asked me to stay. When could I stop by? Would Thursday or Friday be better, or are you holding it open Sunday? I can come by that. You are not trying to list it for sale by owner, you're trying to build a relationship. Because eventually most of them, almost 90% of for sale by owners end up selling through a realtor. And you didn't do anything to even introduce yourself to them. So what I'm trying to say is expires for sale by owners are up at the top. What do you think comes in almost as high as that? The top three. The third one. SOI. I don't want to say, but no, I'm sorry. SOI could be COI 2%. Sphere of influence. Your sphere of influence. Hey Gino, this is Tom. How you doing? He goes, I'm doing fine, Tom. I haven't talked to you in a while. Hey, I haven't talked to you in a while either. Today's call is about business. I tell them it's about business because I don't want to get in a half-hour talk with Gino. That's a personal thing. I might tell Gino I'll call him later when I'm off my business calls, but right now it's about business. Do you just have a couple seconds for me, Gino? Gino, I just want you to know I'm in a new career. I'm in real estate, and I'm having a ball. And I just, I'm calling my friends, calling family. I set a pretty high goal this year. I want to sell 24 homes. And I can do it only if I help the people I know. So I'm asking for your help. Who do you know right now, Gino, that maybe now and between the next, let's say 3 to 4 months, may need help in real estate? Buy, sell, anything, anybody. Who do you know? I don't say do you because do you is a what answer. It's a yes, no. Who is a person? And Gino can't think of anybody. I can't think of anybody. So I thank him. Hey, thanks for thinking about that. I hope that includes you too, Gino. I know, and I just tell them, I know when people say, hey, you got a doctor you can recommend, a dentist or a lawyer, most people say, yeah, I got somebody. Gino, when they say, do you know a real estate agent, I'd like to be the one you recommend. Fair enough? I'm going to send you my card, okay? Anything comes up, please give me a call. Listen to these words. I'm not violating the law, but I'm close. And I'll certainly show my appreciation. I didn't say I'm going to buy, give them anything, give them money or anything, because I can't. But I certainly can take them to dinner. I can do things that would show appreciation. I go to Vegas and get sick if he can use the tickets. I'm going to stay in touch with Gino 4 times a year. And I'm only going to call 5 people out of my sphere every day for 5 days. Because you should have 200 to 300 people in that sphere. The sphere of influence is almost surpassing expireds and FSBO in the country where the superstars make the most money listing homes. And it's just called nice talk. Just having a nice talk. I need your help, give me a stick in head. Gino says, hey, I want to ask you about that trip you took. Gino, I'll tell you what, I'm on my business call now, but as soon as I'm done, I'm going to call you back. And what do? I call him back. But when I can control the time, that's critical. Talk to you about business time in a minute. Keep going, what's the next one?
Realtors spent a median of $70 to maintain their website again in 2017.
Okie doke, perfect. Next, income and expenses of realtors.
In 2017, 35% of realtors were compensated under a fixed commission split, under 100%, followed by 25% of graduated commission splits, increases with public too.
Interesting, isn't it? The kinds of commission plans out there. Next.
The median gross income of realtors was $39,800 in 2017, a decrease from $14,500.
Oh, that word decrease keeps coming up. I don't think we had such a good year in 17. I think it was having a little glitch there. Thank you. Next. Whoever has the longest here.
Realtors with 16 years or more experience had a median gross income of $78,850 compared to realtors with 2 years or less experience that had a median gross income of $8,330.
So 16 years and your average income was almost 79,000. If you have 2 years or less, it's 8,300, and unemployment would be 11,600. Next.
The median business expenses were $45.80 in 2017 and decreased from $6 in 2016.
Yeah, if you're not making as much, you're not spending as much. That makes sense. Next.
The largest expense category for both realtors was vehicle expense, similar to last year, which was $1,312.
I will make a deal with you because you have all your business cards. We have a collage. I came to your house and taught this class personally. You came to mine to take the test, so you can get a lot of miles that way. My house is in the Upper Peninsula, and I'd be glad to sign anything certifying that you showed up. Isn't that nuts? Time for income tax. It's like, oh, where did I drive? Okay. It gets a little dicey there. Keep going, next page. Office and firm affiliation.
53% of realtors are affiliated with an independent company.
53% with an independent. They call those indies. Every time you see indie, I-N-D-I-E, I used to say, what is that? Independent company. That's a slang word. Next.
Nearly 9 in 10 members were independent contractors at their firms.
Yeah. I would guess 10 out of 10 should be independent. I don't know, what's the one that isn't? Next.
The median tenure for realtors with the current firm was 4 years in 2017.
Look at that, the median tenure, 4 years with the current company. Whoa. Next, up front.
9% of realtors worked for a firm that was bought or merged in the past 2 years.
Is that going to be something you're going to see more in the future? True or false? The people that you work with in your area, the other brokers that are around your company, are really young. They're under the age of 25, or they're up there in their 70s and almost pushing 80s, or even late 60s. What I'm trying to say is we have a lot of brokers in our metropolitan Detroit area that are at the point that they better start looking for ways to have an exit plan. Selling the business, merging something, bringing other people on. Because a lot of brokers are moving up in age and there's a whole different generation behind them. And what consolidation now is doing, look, and I'm not picking on any company, I'm just saying, you never thought you'd see a powerhouse like RE/MAX First or RE/MAX Suburban, even they're friends, they're in the same franchise. Last week, here they are, all together, all one, RE/MAX First now. It's the nature of what we do. And being large, you can have economy of scale, you can do more with it. Okay, next.
The typical realtor was a 54-year-old white female who attended college and was a homeowner.
Now that's interesting. The typical realtor, 54, white female, attending college and a homeowner. What you're looking at is a statistic. Doesn't mean anything because of labels. It comes from NAR, but what it means is this. Women in the job force. The only time I ever worked in occupations where there was no discrimination, male, female, was I taught public school, elementary. What do you think that was? Mostly women. And then I went to real estate part-time and then full-time, and it was filled with women. And everybody was paid equally for the work they did. But there still was a difference in management. Management real estate was predominantly the good old boys club, as well as was administration, being a principal in a school. Women were in the minority in that respect. But there's another side to this. Women that are married have a different source of income, where single mothers have to do a lot more, or if they're not other, just single. Because you don't have another source of support. It's nice to have a second source of income that you could go out and sort of get your feet wet in real estate and build it up, rather than trying to hit the ground running and catch up and pay all the bills. What's the next one say? Nice and loud? Guess what Savannah was doing? Looking up the answer on her cell phone. She knew what was
63% of
coming.
all realtors were female.
63% of all realtors were female. That's highlighted, that's question 19.
16% of realtors had a previous career in management, business, or finance, and 16% in sales or retail. Only 5% of realtors reported real estate was their first career.
How do you like that? As a first career, only 5%.
I'm part of it.
Yes. Next.
72% of realtors said that real estate is their only occupation, and that number jumped to 82% among members of 60 or more years of experience.
Very interesting stats. Last one, Zach.
The majority of realtors, 83%, own their primary residence and 39% own their secondary
Well,
property.
they better. If you're going to be in real estate, you better own it. We're not going to be as detailed on the future profiles because that's just a statistical analysis, but it gives us a base for where we're at, what we're operating with NAI. You have until 10:35 for a break. Stop. Only this side of the room moves first. You may go forward or you may go outside. Don't crowd around restrooms. Just stay there and wait till the line goes down. And then this side can follow after they get up. Here's the next one.
What's up there, buddy? Oh, I had one more after. I didn't know you left though.
Yeah, I went to Central.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, Christian Burton. You need me, let me know. I'm always there for you.
Is it in the security? Was it the security they help?
She doesn't want to sign. The occupancy is done, they send the checks out there. So, we're.
Oh, did they take 700 out?
No, because that's separate. The occupancy and the.
Oh, so they're fighting over security.
Security. So, okay, here's the actual, her ex-husband, she's working on it, went to the house, he lives on the street, he bought her now, won't give up the package, said he returned it to sender.
Okay. In return to sender, she can have a post office inspection.
She called the police, police came to the airport, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So now,
She can go through small claims court because it's under 55 and get a judgment for the money.
so.
Let the court decide, but I can't help her. That security is the worst thing you can do. Because what you just described is what I'm going through in my office now. They're fighting over it and they put us in the middle. Thank God the title company answered not. All I said is, title company will have to deal with you. I can't. They hold the money. I have no control.
How does Mrs. Ray call you back?
So,
This
this
is
is
the color this morning, so I was told I left the class and just, you know, see what is, try to on the next grade.
Anybody does in court.
I mean, 7 pictures are one kind of stole,
Anybody can do anything in court, but nobody's gonna get that money till a court orders it, or they settle it themselves.
So, First American decided, Michael
Well,
decided.
you're at your agency out of it, when you close it, you're done. no relationship anymore than buy or sell your now. Anything you do now, you personally at risk your own liability. You're not responsible. If money wasn't owed by you, and the agent of closing terminated your agency. No matter if they're friends or family, it's terrible. Now you know why I talked about this.
Yeah, absolutely. But don't, would just tell her,
Shall, let's say she go to the local, wherever local court is a district court. Yeah, and file a claim to the line. Yeah. Don't in the litigation. Because the title company has to get the work order. They hold it, they're not giving it back, he's protected. Name the parties, get them into the court, or the small claims court. You're not gonna know how you
One side can go faster than the other, you know, it's gonna be, but it's gonna be opposite.
Sure.
Well, why would you do that? Who did you put in the first street?
Yeah, commercial spot nationally, it's called CCIM, Certified Commercial Investment Number, they know for the designation, the whole series of courses. Whole series, very good, outstanding courses. Yeah, CCIM, Certified Commercial Investment Number. Oh, that's there is. Yeah.
Right?
That's correct.
That is correct, that's the heads up.
Hey, stranger.
Can play. Yeah. Especially from your background, you know that.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my God. No big deal. Here's one.
She works for the IRS, she's a federal, she's like, is he not one? You know what I mean? Could be a, let's go check him out, you know?
No.
So he's an idiot.
Yes, I understand.
How's it going, lady? Good. Good. We have, person, like, you know, she doesn't sleep. You don't know why? No, I left Friday morning for my annual, so it's just spilled. So. Yeah. Were you even no. I wanted to go, but I Yeah, my brother. Yes. I don't see it. No. But, this, said it, it's, and I like it, because me growing up in elementary and primary school, for some reason, my mother in school, never really knowledge, and then I brought it back in, you know, so that I was helping you, but should have never been. So, yeah.
How are you doing?
Good to see you, right?
Thank you, very nice to see you.
Good. They were like, somebody said, like, just get this, what did they say? I said,
I love your background, the teachers. You know?
you know, those, yeah, well, like, oh.
Shows that you're sensitive.
All day. So they brought out a little more drink on, and had a sandwich. It's good, it's not like a drink. That's all. You can do it, actually. Eggs, maybe extra.
I don't know.
And I don't know if we can have one.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Not a lot of.
You have to have your water, your home, at the same company, you just can't get an umbrella.
I know,
I got my golf. Everything with one company, an umbrella should be available. You can get it multiples of millions, I get it like 2 to 3.
Yeah, you're not. You're not. So, yeah, my song.
I just didn't want these people coming individually.
Yeah, but it's really.
Doing something.
Hang around the road. It's 2:30. It doesn't matter.
So they're on, Dodge Park?
That's it. Okay.
This year.
Well, that's amazing. You gotta go every Friday.
Florida's cold is out of control.
So, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Mitchell. Because you don't know. Last night, I forgot to type today, Facebook post, oh crap. You're right. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, you said you were one, you were kind of good, another 19. I will get with you, probably after service. Before we go, someone
He was stationed out in Seattle, Sundays, gotcha, there. Yeah, the results are same load with ordinances, all that kind of stuff. Gotcha. Of course.
Yeah, I tried some of the golf results.
I was gonna say.
Oh, yes. She's probably. We go back quite a ways.
They're moving to the 16 mile.
Yeah.
They didn't grow their field.
Because you want to be. It's been pleasant. I was pretty in the market. What?
Oh, yeah, my next one right here is right Oh, that's, no, you got that in Costco? I just wanted to be by the club.
Oh, yeah. I didn't bring my charger today. I should have. My phone is always. I know, but my phone has a light. It doesn't. This is different. Yours is an iPhone.
Have you had iPhone?
What's it?
Yeah, iPhone before?
Yeah,
What's
a
your thing?
long time ago. I had it back in my phone. Like, you know, that was like so cool when it first came out. No one had it.
They're kind of standard now, but.
Yeah, everyone had it.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
There's a lot of things it does differently. Well, I went to, you know how I know like Android, I went to that route. And this is basically Apple and Google Answer and stuff. But I do man. So, you know, my only issue is that I wish it was more compatible, you know. Other than that, it's great. But the phone it doesn't hold the charge, I mean.
My charge is fine, it's just, my sound is, if I talk on this side of my head, they can't hear me. And then they say, oh, honey, you sound like you're muffled. I go like this, it's fine. And that's it, I just removed the phone from the right side of my head, I must have a metal plate in my head.
You know what I do, I've done that headset, because I like that, so much. I just feel like I can't slip on there.
Okay, it's.
I was usually the best.
No, I'm saying is, you're saying
So how's business going?
It's like everything else, it's just like a
That's good. That's really good. Tomorrow, Wednesday.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That and another
Nice.
really.
I remember those days.
Yeah. What's information? Is it the same?
Let's see how good you are with a history question.
I thought you might fall for it.
I do negotiate that, especially.
You do.
It's funny, since you were little kids, the sound of somebody going like this. You can flick lights, you can yell quiet, you can yell anything. And I watched Mike Ferry do it in a group of like 3,000 people, and he just went, shh. We all we're such creatures of habit. Then Keller Williams adapted the 1, 2, 3. Shh. I don't like 1, 2, 3. It's like, give me a break, but just a little shush of I'm fine. I have a question for you, see how well you can analyze situations before we go into page 11. And this has to do with a woman who was found thousands of years old, preserved in ice around the North Pole. Science has discovered, I think you know, other species of animals. They discovered a caveman once in the ice, literally with this, animal clothes on and everything. But this is unique because they carved this lady out of the ice in a big block of ice. It was perfectly clear, they could see into it. She had no clothes on, and they could tell from looking at her that she was Eve, E-V-E, Eve, the first woman. How did they determine that by just looking in the ice? Janet Apple? Not a big league. Missing a rib? You're close. This one got to me because I thought, I should have known that, but nobody ever does. Are you ready? How did they determine it was Eve, the first woman? No belly button. Isn't that interesting? And all of you are like, oh yeah, no belly button. I always make a joke, and the joke is that, we all need one another. We depend on each other, and that's why we have belly buttons. Nobody makes it in this world alone. And that's part of what we're doing here as GRI, is becoming part of a group with accumulating designation knowledge, and then of course the application of that knowledge is where the benefit comes in. Not running around trying to outsmart the other person, but just being able to say to somebody the following. If we don't close, they tell you, what's Friday today? Today's the 10th. We don't close by Friday, we're out of contract. Our contract says closing on or before August 14th. We're out of contract. Page 11. Got it.
Yeah, so I'll just go for the highlighted one.
You answer back under what law? Well, contract law says closing on before the 11th. Not in Michigan. If it's a residential contract, a reasonable standard is applied by the Michigan courts. Time is of the essence, does not apply. It does on commercial contracts, but not residential. If everything is still in place and the buyer has done everything to comply with the lender's request, and we're late, get a reasonable time, a judge could give us 7, 10, 14 days. So for you to say we're out of contract means absolutely nothing, because no judge said that. And I have, by the way, I have an article for you if you ever call or email me. My card will be in your collage. You get me for life for a reference when you're a student of mine. It clearly spells that out. If you want it to be closing by Friday and no exception, you have to write in the purchase agreement. Closing by Friday, August 14th, 2020, failure to close by this date shall serve as an automatic termination of the purchase agreement. And then most people forget what to do with the earnest money deposit. Nobody ever said you should add, and the EMD will be refunded or returned to the buyer. All parties must initial that clause to show that it was bargained separately. When you say it's going to close by the 14th, there's no exceptions, the EMD goes back to the buyer, the contract is void, terminated as of that date. You better have signatures by everybody or initials, and you make it stand out. Then a court will say what? You meant what you said. But simply to have boilerplate language, closing on or before August 14th, does not mean it must close by that date. That's why you try to get an addendum, an extension, anything to give another 7. But don't let anybody, because here's the nuclear bomb in real estate, and it's a bad one. But you better use an attorney if you ever go this route. If you try taking that home off the market, putting it back on and selling it, the first buyer who said, I don't think the 14th is the deadline, would still have a claim on that property, true or false. They go to an attorney, they file a document on title with the county register of deeds. It's called Affidavit of Matters Affecting Real Estate. Affidavit of Matters Affecting Real Estate. They record the purchase agreement. You've clouded that title for 100 years. They can't sell it at all until you sign off because you have a legitimate claim. Now the first buyer can demand 20 grand to release the claim. And they're going to have to pay it because the claim is not invalid. Affidavit of Matters Affecting Real Estate. It is the nuclear bomb of all bombs for buyers who are told, we're going to take the home and take it back and sell it to somebody else. The hell you are. You just watch what's on your title now. Now, if there's no claim, the buyer does not want the home and wants to walk away, don't fight over the EMD. Give it back, terminate, give the buyer their money, and move on so you can sell it to someone else. I see more agents getting in battles over $1,000 to a $2,000 EMD, which in the end, when I was the Grosse Pointe Board of Realtors executive officer years ago, that the EMD was $5,000 they fought over. Each of them went to the Court of Appeals and then the state Supreme Court. Each had over $35,000 in expenses for the $5,000 EMD. That's a true story. Doesn't that seem ridiculous? Do you know how much time it takes from you and stress and everything else? But when you know the law, it's nice to say, I'll send you the article, please have your attorney check it out. And don't tell people, file a claim on the property. No, only with an attorney, because if you file it wrong, it can be very costly for you because you have slandered their title if it's not a valid claim, which is damages and attorney fees that you'll have to pay.
So I had a situation with this, I'm looking at for May 29th, deals up, May 28th, the house they were, the buyers were selling, buyers said, I'm not closing, they have it all covered, we need the funds, so the day of the closing, they were switched, so they said deals up, and I don't think they had that additional clause in it, but how would we have, so we ended up switching funding for brother over money, the lender did it out,
You didn't close, the buyer said I have a golf outing, can't close today, but you know what? You worked it out and closed.
I know, but what would we have done if we didn't know the.
Absolutely
the funds?
Nothing.
We would have lost out.
You could have lost the house. It all depends. It depends if the buyer really wants it. It's all in
We
it.
offered the seller $2,000 to extend it for 3 days, and they said, no, deal's up.
Yeah, that's why you get attorneys involved. You sell real estate, you don't practice law. Start learning when to say, this should be going to your attorney. Too many real estate agents try to be the attorney and make a bigger mess than ever. Back away. This is a matter for the attorneys. Get involved and go from there. I'm just telling you, when sellers say, put the home back on the market, sell it to somebody else, careful. Because that cloud on that title is a killer. That's a tough one.
How do you put it on?
You get an attorney who files it.
Oh.
You don't file it.
Would you want to just automatically anyways, practice that, get it out, the first offer?
Well,
I mean, would that protect you against?
her question is, wouldn't you want to get a release from the first buyers? Absolutely. But the stuff I see today, people just don't seem to care about anything. They just go ahead and do their, do their thing. So, I'm just trying to give you some information, and be careful whose side you're on. You might be on the buyers this time, the next time you'll be on the sellers. But you gotta be able to argue both ways. Geez, I gotta go this way. Somehow between Zach and Charles, I'm losing eye contact here. Let me go back. Good. All right. Turn to page 11. It says Introduction to Real Estate, chapters 1 and 2. Take out the large book. Turn to page 7. Page 7. I'm reading the top of 11, but we're going to start on 7. The top of 11 in the other book says, a realtor who's obtaining a broker's license likely already has a minimum of 3 years of experience listing and selling real estate, so you don't need an introduction. However, if you're going to take the real estate broker's exam, you will need an introduction because this subject matter appears on the broker's exam. Oh, I'm gonna do it again. Ready? Everybody turn to page 7 in this book, the big one. The big one, 7. It says chapter 1, Introduction to Real Estate. Got it? Okay. The giant, the one with the tabs. Now listen carefully. I am going to read something from page 11 of your other book. I don't want you to look at it, just listen. As I'm going to go to page 7 in the big book. A realtor who is obtaining a broker's license likely already has a minimum of 3 years of experience listing and selling real estate. As a result, he probably or she doesn't need an introduction to real estate. And this is the point at which I heard, we're now I'm okay, everybody, just listen to me. Nevertheless, The answers to the questions that come up on the broker's exam will come from an introduction to real estate that I shall now overview for you. We good? Page 7. Very good. Listen, we are creatures of habit, and I understand what you're saying. But I have fun watching you, because it's the minute one person looks at the other, and that person goes like this. It's right there. We're cool. But when one person looks at the other and they're looking at each other, then it's like, hey, where is it? Don't panic. We'll walk you. It's good. We'll get you through it. I got a lot more corny jokes to come, don't worry. The only reason I tell stupid jokes, short ones, is because you can only think intelligently 7.5 minutes and your brain goes on secretary mode. Secretary mode says, you may be looking at me, but you're looking like this. Your mind's in a whole new world, and you're thinking of other stuff, so you're not concentrating. So the joke makes you groan, oh, I got it, no belly button, oh. And you can, I got you back for only 7.5 minutes. But I'm not telling a joke every 7 minutes. It helps bring you back. And some of my jokes are really stupid, so don't worry. Defining real estate from a practitioner and layperson's perspective. Page 7 in your big book. There's a picture of a tree, and there's a picture of land and mineral rights. Every single thing. Oh, I'm supposed to record this now. Hold on. Because now I'm in the other book. Ah! I don't want that. I want to record. Here we go. Okay, we're in the large book, page 7, the Michigan Real Estate Law and Practice, Chapter 1. Introduction to Real Estate. Everything in bold print in this book has been recopied and put in this book. So basically, this book is a summary of this one. If I was studying for the broker test, this is the one I'd study from. But if I was in Tom Kotzian's class, I'd highlight in the big book when he asks you to highlight. Turn to page 9. Go down to the bottom of page 9, find the word fixtures in bold print. On the bottom of page 9. It's on the left-hand side. Find it? Yeah. Don't touch it. She touched it. Go below fixture, 2 lines, and find the word land, L-A-N-D. Find L-A-N-D. If you can't, the person next to you will show you. It's on the left side. Under fixtures, the bold print, 2 lines down. Line, not sentences, 2 lines down. Find land and highlight it. Oh, I don't care where you find the word land. Just highlight land anywhere on the page and highlight it. And as soon as you highlighted it, write these words by it with an arrow pointing to the word land. Not a fixture. N-O-T, not a fixture. I'm going to give you a true and false question. Answer out loud. Is land a fixture? True. Land is a fixture. True or false? All right. I know that's good. That's on the broker's exam. Which of the following is not considered a fixture? Next page. Page 10. Do you find the words method of annexation on page 10? Now, you highlight every word I read right now after method of annexation. For example, an expensive dining room light fixture which is directly wired into the ceiling junction box is deemed permanent and a part of the real estate, while a plug-in floor lamp is not. Consequently, if the seller removes the light after the closing, Keywords, leaving exposed wires from an open junction, a ceiling junction box. A violation of the purchase agreement has occurred. You take down a chandelier and there's just wires hanging. You violated, you took a fixture. All fixtures go with the home. That's on the broker's exam.
What if you take one down and put a different one down?
What you must do is take one down before you list the home.
Before excluded.
Once they see it and have taken photos, and plus you have printed interior shots of your home, which is like an exhibit A in court, and now they move in, and instead of the sub-zero refrigerator freezer, there's a dormitory refrigerator that holds a 6-pack of beer.
Can you exclude it?
Big difference.
You can exclude it.
You could pay the difference. I've got a lot of stuff to talk to you about in fixtures. It's coming up in another section of GRI. But let me just give you a basic rundown. The MLS is not an offer to purchase. It's an advertisement to bid. You cannot say all fixtures and personal items per MLS. Per MLS means nothing in the law. You absolutely must draft with specificity. You must say personal items, see attached addendum. Don't let the appraiser see them. You want them separate. And on the attached addendum, you simply type in refrigerator, freezer, Samsung with the make. It's always good to ask the seller if you could take photos of the home before closing, because the buyer wants to talk to somebody about painting and decorating. Get their permission, take the photos, then you've got proof of what was in there. Try to get a picture of the seller, like, whoops, just to show they were there. It's the right home. But most importantly, the make. Some people go into model if it's expensive. Don't ever tell a buyer why, of course, that stays with the home. It's attached. I had one of my agents buy a set of clip speakers because he said they go with the surround sound system. Well, sure, the receiver went with the big screen TV, but the speakers were hanging on hooks on the wall. They were not attached as a fixture. They were put up like a painting. And by saying, oh, the speakers go with, they were at Best Buy, the agent buying speakers. Was like $1,800 worth of speakers. All because of a statement. Sure, they go with the home. What's your answer when you're asked about if it goes with the home? I don't know. Let's ask the seller. I don't know. Per MLS. Don't put that one either. When in doubt, draft it, but never assume something goes with the home because it's in the MLS. And now, you want to know the worst part of what I just gave you? Here's what the courts in almost all states rule. It's their position. Whenever there's confusion or ambiguity in a contract, it could be this or it could be this. It's not clear. You ready? We nail the buyer, because it's the buyer's agent who prepares the contract. Whoever drafted the contract, it's construed against if there's any confusion. So here you are selling an $800,000 home to a buyer, and you drafted the contract. Automatically, if you don't draft clearly and with specificity, spelling it out with an addendum with the property, and there's any debate, it could be either way. The court will look with favor toward the seller and disfavor to the buyer because they drafted it. That would be you. That's why being a buyer's agent has a lot of responsibility with it. And I've got more people saying, well, the attorney said if it's in the MLS, that's an offer and we accepted it. No, the MLS is only a broadcast. The actual offer is the contract. Don't assume if it's in the MLS that you all automatically have it included with the sale. Always, always write it if it's additional properties. Washer, dryer, refrigerator, appliances included. I want to see that in your contract. not per MLS. If you add it on, if it's something you're adding on to the contract, it's in addition to. It is an addendum. You add things to a contract with an addendum. If it's something that you already have in the contract you want to change, occupancy, purchase price, anything, you would amend the contract. An amendment changes existing terms, and addendum adds new ones. What do we do in our business? We call it addendum amendment. We give it the same name, but that's the proper way to draft. Next, page 10. Find number 2, where it says other fixture examples. Go to the last sentence in the paragraph and highlight what I read. The owner may, however, take the decorative fireplace tool set, sitting, it shouldn't say sitting, it should say setting, setting on the hearth next to the fireplace, since it's personal property. Personal property. Why would I have something that says a decorative fireplace tool is personal? I would never say that if somebody hadn't said it for us ahead of time. They paid it forward. Page 12. Page 12. One of the benefits of the GRI rewrite, the course that you're in now, we never ever prepared you for the broker's exam, ever. You would get all 90 hours and know nothing about passing the test. That's why I was going around the state teaching broker reviews for 6 hours to all the people that finished their GRI courses. Now we have it in the course. And this is the part that we're helping you get through the test with. Page 12, modular home distinguished, highlight. Highlight modular home distinguished. Below that, find these words and highlight them under modular home distinguished. That's bold print. Number 3. Down the line, highlight key difference being that the undercarriage of frame is designed to be removed when the home is installed on a permanent foundation. Permanent foundation is critical. Circle permanent foundation and make a little arrow where you can write 4 words off to the margin. Permanent foundation, arrow. Title conveyed by deed, D-E-E-D. When you get a question that says a modular home has been attached to a permanent foundation, that title will be conveyed by a deed. It's permanent. But not when a modular home is still up on skids or whatever, or mobile on an axle with wheels. One of the worst things you can ever try to sell is a mobile home. You find out really, really fast the rules of the game. My company, Royal Real Estate, had a guy in the late 70s sell a mobile home at Chateau Estates on Utica Road, Van to a Polish immigrant who came to work here at the meatpacking plant where they slaughtered pigs and made ham and bacon. It was by Epler Junior High, sat down in, the street, what is that street? Shelby Road. It was off of Shelby Road in Utica. And you'd be driving down Van Dyke through Utica, and all of a sudden it's like, what is that horrible smell? And you'd look next to you, and pulling up slowly was one of these giant trucks carrying pigs, which has all the holes in it, and the snout sticking out. Well, they were going down Shelby Road to go to that slaughterhouse. Oh yeah. Well, he sold them a mobile home. We closed on it, got a commission. When the poor Polish immigrant who didn't speak English went to move in his mobile home, it wasn't there. So he went to the park manager and wanted to know where his mobile home was that he bought. See the field out there? It's on cinder blocks. Well, I can't live in the field. That's all right, that's your mobile home. Take it where you want. Why can't I live here? No, our park, we say who lives here. We put another mobile home on that lot. So the real estate agent went to him and said to the manager, what gives? I sold the mobile home. He said, let me give you a tip. Ready? Nobody sells in my store. It's my store. You want to sell that mobile home? You go through me. You don't go through me, that's our lot. We put somebody else on. There's your mobile home. Take it where you want. We had to spend money as a company to find a lot in, I believe it was Romeo, move the mobile home, have it set up for this person to live. We learned right away a mobile home is not a piece of real estate, especially when the land that it's on is owned by a company that rents it. You take a mobile home, you put it on a cement foundation, you own the land and the mobile home, God bless you, it's a fixture. But it's only personal property on somebody else's rented lot, mobile home lot. You need a mobile home salesperson's license acting under a dealer. It's a mobile home dealer license and a salesperson's license. You don't get title to mobile homes. You'll get a certificate, like a car title. And God help you if you ever try to find the title, they don't have it. We don't know where our title is. Oh. You have to go to the lender that they're paying payments to. Well, that mobile home note was sold 12 times. There's 12 different lenders that have owned it. Then you go to the Secretary of State and start a process that makes you want to never come back in this business again. It is the most stressful, frustrating thing to try to sell. You sell real estate. Stay away from mobile homes, especially when they're in a park. You'll get yourself in big, big trouble.
So going back to number 3, you're saying that only if it's a permanent foundation, it will be conveyed by the deed, otherwise it's mobile home is more like the title for it, right?
That's a good question. It's great. Watch this. What I said was, I'm talking real life. I work for a company, Polish immigrant, remember? I'm giving you the real stuff. When I come over here to your question, there's no real world.
Exactly.
The only thing you want to know on what you're asking is, if a broker question says, a mobile home is on a permanent foundation, you look for the answer. Transfer title by deed. Nothing else. When I talk in this book, there's no real world. When I come over here, I give you the real world. But this is to pass the test. That's why I'm having it highlighted. I almost
permanent foundation,
yeah, I almost want to say this to you, and I think I will. I will say it. Don't think about what I tell you to highlight. Don't think. Highlight. There's a reason. You will think yourself right out of the answer to the question. Okay, turn to page 22. Don't do any of the questions in the book at the back of the chapters. But do what I tell you to do. I told you to do. Go to the PSI and get those sample practice exams for brokers. And the math chapter in the back of this is excellent to help prepare you for math. Okay, page 22. What's the first thing say in bold print? 22. Highlight. Parties to the agency relationship. Highlight. Go down to number 1, highlight principal. Go down to number 2, highlight agent. True or false? There's an agent and a principal in an agency relationship. True. What's another name for principal? It's on the exam, right next to it. Client. C-L-I-E-N-T, client. What's another name for agent? Broker, broker, and then write the words, not salesperson. A salesperson is not the agent for the client. The broker that they work for is. What's the salesperson, Tom? You're an agent to an agent. Page 23. Find number 4 on page 23, customer or client. Customer or client. Highlight those two words. If I do not work for you, but I can help you buy a home, but I don't have an agency with you, you are my customer. If I have an agency relationship and I'm working with you as a buyer, you are my client. Please go down to example in bold print, highlight what I read. A broker is aware of a proposed municipal trash landfill to be created approximately 1 mile away from a residential home in which a broker customer is interested. The broker owes no duty to disclose the proposed landfill to the buyer since there is no agency relationship. You're talking a mile away. Now, isn't there something on the Michigan seller disclosure form that says, are you aware of a shooting range, a landfill, a farm operation in the vicinity, etc.? What's etc.? Anything in the vicinity that could be considered a factor affecting value should be disclosed. So what call did I get last week? From one of your agents at this office. Well, I sold my listing and my seller put, there's no shooting range or landfill, nothing smelly or anything. See, the test for this question, is there a shooting range, landfill, whatever, is, can you hear it, smell it, see it, taste it? If you can, any one of your senses can be affected, disclose it. I said, well, what is it that you think the seller should have disclosed now that an offer has been submitted? Well, right across the street, it's over here in, I think Sterling Heights. By Brebner Elementary, there's a cemetery. Is it Saul or what is the road? Saul. There's a cemetery, and they listed a colonial right on the other side of the cemetery, but they never disclosed on the seller disclosure cemetery. I said, all I can tell you is you cannot tell your seller what to fill out, what to disclose. If they want to disclose it, that's fine. But it's not like it's hidden. It's right across the street. You can see it. I said, I can't tell you who wins or loses on that. But certainly, if they drive around the area to look at the home they're buying, they should see what's in the vicinity. Especially if you look at the elementary school, right down the street at the cemetery. So, don't ever assist your seller filling it out. Don't ever explain it. And if you speak their language, don't interpret it. They've got to find somebody else. You cannot be involved while they fill that out. But they can't lie either. And we'll talk about fraud in a minute. Your seller lies blatantly and you know it, and you continue in the listing, you also have committed the fraud. You got to back away from stuff that's real obvious that could get you in trouble. Now keep highlighting on this page. Go down to the word client on letter B. Highlight client. Go to the last sentence in the paragraph and highlight what I read. Using the previous example, if the broker is representing the buyer as a buyer's agent, the broker would have to disclose what he actually knows about the property, including anything in the vicinity, such as the landfill. So the difference between disclosure and non-disclosure is, are you the buyer's agent or not? But you cannot withhold information that could be harmful. If you know that this home had a heating contractor out who did an inspection and found a cracked heat exchanger in the summer that come fall, when they turn the furnace on, could emit carbon monoxide to a family living in the home. Being a client or a customer will not protect you. Anything that could be considered a danger or harm must be disclosed if you have knowledge. Because to withhold the knowledge is silent fraud. Silent fraud. Okay. Couple more pages. Go to page 26. Letter B. Find the words fiduciary and highlight fiduciary. Count about eight words to the right of fiduciary, or 10. Find the word trust and highlight it. Trust. Fiduciary and trust are highlighted. Here's what you do. You don't forget that the word fiduciary means trust. You are going to have to know the fiduciary duties. See them in the little, don't highlight it. See figure 7 on page 26? Well, you're going to have to write it separate on another sheet of paper somewhere. Here's what I want you to write on another sheet of paper, or I don't care, anywhere in the book. Do you know there's a soft drink called Dr. Pepper? There's also a soft drink called Coca-Cola. I'm going to merge the two. I'm going to make a new soft drink called Dr. Cola. I want you to write with capital letters Dr. Cola vertical. The D and the R under the D, and that's C-O-L-A. D-R-C-O-L-A. Each letter will stand for a different word. Now for the D, write disclosure. Write D-R-C-O-L-A, vertical. Now D stands for disclosure, R stands for reasonable care. C stands for what? Confidentiality or confidential. O, obedience. L, loyalty. A, accounting. So now right at the top of what you just wrote, fiduciary duties. Fiduciary duties. In the state of Michigan, anyone who violates one of those fiduciary duties could lose their license, be suspended, and definitely would subject themselves to loss of commission. You must disclose to your clients everything. You must show reasonable care. You must protect confidential information. You must obey legal instructions, not illegal. You must be loyal to your client, and you must account for all money. Now I want you to circle 3 of those letters. I want you to circle this. Wait a second. Get this right. I want you to circle the D, the C, and the L. The D, the C, and the L. And with a little note to the side, you can bring them all together with an arrow, write dual agency. Those 3 form the dual agency. Now listen, and I think it should make sense. I'm going to say it very soft. Mr. and Mrs. Seller client, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer client, I'm representing you as your agent. We have fiduciary duties in an agency relationship. Here they are, Dr. Cola. They're like, You want something to drink? No. Dr. Cole spells out my duties. But if I represent both of you at the same time, I have the same duties, but 3 of them are limited, and you can write limited next to them. The D, I cannot disclose something to you that I wouldn't disclose to you. So my disclosure is limited. I'm working for both of you. Confidentiality. If I know something about one, I can't tell the other. I protect confidences. I don't have to disclose. And loyalty. I cannot be loyal to one of you and not the other. My loyalty is limited. My confidentiality is limited. My disclosure is limited. For the first time in your life, somebody finally told you the difference between a normal agency and a dual agency. The duties are the same, but 3 on a dual agency are limited, where with a single agency, they're not. That's all. No? Don't you want me to sell your home? Don't you want me to find a buyer? Yes, I do. Good. So if I find a buyer that wants to work with me and you're working with me, I'm in the best position to put the deal together. Does that make sense? Yes. Good. Before I let you sign a contract as a buyer, before I let you accept a contract as a seller, there's a form you have to sign. It says it's okay that I'm working for both of you. What's it called? Dual agency agreement. Don't ever let anyone from this day forward tell you that if you check dual agency on the disclosure form, agency disclosure, that's you're good. You got that's not a form, that's a disclosure. That's like checking seller agent and not having a listing. Just put the sign up. You can't check buyer agent without a contract. You can't check seller agent without a contract. You can't check dual agent without a contract. But people try it. People try it every day. My office, 90% of the people in my office will give us a dual agency check on the agency disclosure form and say, that's our dual agency agreement. I hate to say it, you gotta go back and get this thing signed. I can't give you a commission check. Because one of the things the auditors look for when they come to your office and they look at your trust account, they're gonna look for your forms, your mandatory forms, your agency disclosure, your listing agreement, your dual agency agreement, your exclusive buyer agency agreement. And if you check those things and you don't have those forms, you are going to get some type of penalty by the state. And I want to see that. Both the broker and the agent gets that. Okay, keep going. We're on page 28. Go to the bottom of page 28 under, between number 2 and 3. It says illustration, bold print, illustration. Highlight everything I read. A buyer's agent shows a property to a buyer client who is thinking about making an offer on it. The buyer's agent subsequently learns that the seller had filed an insurance claim for damage to the property a few years earlier. If you're the buyer's agent and you know about a damage claim filed on insurance, what's your duty? Keep reading and highlighting. The buyer's agent must inform the buyer client of this discovery and should recommend the buyer investigate it before making the offer. Page 32. If I said to you right now, we're going to take a short break and do a little puffing, what would you think we're doing? We're going to puff the goods. What's puffing the goods mean? Let's do it, Tom. I vote for it. Well, puffing the goods is called sales puffery. It's not a statement of fact, it's an opinion. This is the best neighborhood you could possibly live in. Every day, guy goes to work, goes to get this car, and the neighbor runs out and gives him a giant wedgie. Now, he's really ticked at you. He's so ticked. You told him it's a wonderful neighborhood, he gets a wedgie every morning. You can't be sued because your opinion of the neighborhood is called puffing. That's on the test. Let's take a peek. Highlight puffing in the middle of page 32 and what I read. Statements of opinion made during the sale process are known as puffing, puffery, or puffing the goods. Puffing does not amount to a misrepresentation, since such statements are not intended to be a representation of fact upon which a person, I sounded Italian, upon which, geez, what happened? Changed my accent. Upon which a person can rely. We don't have puffing anymore, we have edibles. Turn to page 35. Geez, if you got a question on the broker's desk on the do not call registry, I wonder if you would know what hours they are. Well, somewhere in the middle of the page, find do not call registry by number 2, the FTC telemarketing sales rule. Just find the words, do not call registry. Highlight them. It's above letter A, activities subject to the rule. Bold print. Now go down to number 4, a little IV, and highlight. Calling outside the hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. local consumer time. That will give you the answer to what hours do not call applies to. Next page. Tom, I understand there's a couple exemptions. Well, I'll tell you what. Now, turn the page before I give you the exemption. Most people have caller ID, which tells where the number is coming from. Would you find some people on the do not call list? Look them up, you can find them, either on dressers, but you can find people that are either for sale by owners, expires, whatever. Find people like 10 of them on the do not call registry. Stop by your competitor's office, let's say Remax or Century 21. Tell them you're from Keller Williams and you're there to pick up anything. A seller disclosure on a certain property, they'll run it for you. Ask if you can use their conference room for a moment to make a call. You just got a call by someone. Close the door of their conference room, call those 10 people, and when they say, I'm on the do not call registry, tell them you don't care. If they want to file a complaint, just go right ahead and hang up. Because the only number they'll see on their caller ID is the company name that you called from. And then you'll wonder why they're out of business. No, don't. That's just a joke. But truly, if you think about reverse marketing, true or false, you could send out postcards with your competitor's name. That will be very offensive to people. You're sitting here now saying, could we come up with about 5 ways to really nail a competitor? No. Don't think it hasn't been done. That's called politics right now. This is how people are unfortunately doing their political statements. But it's hilarious to watch. But the bottom line is this. I make a joke about going to your competitor. Most of the time, you're the one calling from your office. Watch out for that do not call registry. There are some people just waiting because there's a lot of money if they take legal action. So don't push your luck. For sale by owners that say do not call, I call. I give them Charles's name. It's Charles Coben's arm. Can I list your home? I'm on the registry. Oh, too bad. But if they say sure, I say good. I'm actually on this team. My name is Tom. On a for sale by owner, you are not calling them to make an appointment to list.
Yeah.
The Federal Trade Commission said when people enter commerce, when they put their home on the market to sell, they're going into commerce. They're not a private market. They're a business. A for sale by owner is in business to sell their home. You are allowed to make an appointment to show them. You understand? So I call, this is Tom. Notice I never say, this is Tom Kotzian with Keller Williams, Great Lakes. Click. Always use your first name and a part of your company name. When you give a big long name and a company name, they're already hanging up. Hey, this is Tom with Keller Williams. I would just, well, later on, if we develop a rapport, I will tell them my last name is Kotzian, I'll spell it, and I'm with Keller Williams, Lakeside, Great Lakes, I'm with Johnstone and Johnstone, I'm with company? Gino?
Johnstone.
Johnstone, okay, I picked the right one. I'm trying to give a variety, only because we're in the Keller Williams building. I'm using, I gotta give everybody credit. If you start out with, this is Tom from Keller Williams, it's pretty tough. So I say, hi, I'm calling about the home for sale. Am I a realtor now? Oh, I've been a buyer. They're for sale by owner. Crap, they're calling about the home for sale. Yes, may I help you? See, no click. Now I say, my name's Tom from Keller Williams, and I'm calling to see if you're cooperating with real estate. Where am I headed with this? I have buyers, and I'd like to show the home. Well, no, we're not. We'll cooperate, but we don't want to list. That's good. You will? Great. When would be a good time to come by and see your home so I can take some notes to tell my buyer about? True or false? Are you going to go out and show a home you've never seen or it's not even in the MLS that you can preview? Absolutely not. And if they ever say to you, why don't you just bring your buyers by? Hey, if I brought my buyers by, I might be wasting their time as well as yours. After I see enough of your home, I'll be better able to tell them about it. Is that fair? When's a good time that I could just take a quick peek and go back and talk to them about it? See, I never, ever, ever with for sale by owners say, I have a buyer for your home. I always say potential buyers. My potential buyers. Well, you can come by. My whole purpose in coming by, I call it an invited door knock. I'm there just like I'm knocking on doors. I want to get a picture of the home. I want to get information. I want to go back and tell my buyers. I got more to tell you about this. I don't want to get into it. Because when you're there, there's a whole different procedure. Don't ever attempt to list a home when you get in like this. You look around, you take your notes, you tell them my 10 minutes is up unless you ask me to stay. And I thank you. And the last thing you tell them is, before I leave, permit me to call periodically to see if it's still available. I would hate to tell a buyer about your home, get them excited, call to make an appointment, and find out you moved out a month earlier. You know, it doesn't make me look so good either. So, do you mind if I just call you once in a while and say, is it still available? That gives me permission, according to the do not call law, to continue to keep in touch. Hey, is your home still available? Yes, it is. It is. Wow, I'm surprised. What do you mean you're surprised? Well, you're priced in the right range, and right now, according to our MLS, your home is in an area in which 52 homes in that price range sold within the last 2 weeks. Why don't you sell mine? Oh, I'd love to. Absolutely love to. But remember what I told you. Now, this is what I tell buyers, what I tell sellers on for sale by owner appointments. I have 3 categories I sell homes in the following priority. Category 1, people who list their homes with our company. They listed with us, they are our clients, we have an obligation to show their homes first. Which if we have yours listed, wouldn't you expect us to show it to buyers calling? Yeah, I would. So, if we can't find a home in our own company inventory, we go to category 2, which is what? Never say MLS. Always say are partners in the MLS. You want them to know that you partner with everybody in the MLS. This isn't competitive. Well, what should we list with you for? Hey, because we're all partners. See, I'm trying to convey to them, this is one big pool. We're all in it. And the largest pool of buyers comes through the MLS, of which our partners together work to sell. Then, if we can't help them with category 1 and 2, we go to category 3, where your home is. I call those the 3 B's. Banks, builders, and buy owners. Banks have private homes that they often hold. They're called real estate owned homes. And we have a relationship with banks for their inventory that they hold to show and sell. Builders have what we call spec homes. Homes that in 30 days can have carpeting, paint, tile in, ready. They cooperate with real estate brokers, but they don't list with us, just like the banks don't list. But they will cooperate and pay a referral fee or commission. And of course, buy owners, for sale by owners like yourself, that are trying to sell on your own, but have agreed that if we have a buyer, you will work with us and pay a buyer commission. Is that not true? True or false, what I just said? True. So I tell the for sale by owner, I go to category 1, 2, and 3. Mr. Fizbo, I haven't had to go to category 3 yet. I go to yours as a final category. All the homes that I've sold between now and the last time I was at your home have come from category 1 and 2. And say you, your whole company. Talk about your whole company. All the homes we've sold have come from category 1 and 2. But I'm still calling to see if it's available. Now please listen to this. This is the most important part. What would it take to have you move to category 1? I could drop off a proposal anytime. I never tell people I'm coming over and giving them a listing presentation. I'm always giving them a proposal. Well, Tom, we're going to list our home with Sam Smith of this other company. We're going to list at 6 o'clock tonight. Well, it's 12 noon now. Would there be any harm if I stop by at 1 o'clock and at least drop off a proposal? At least you have something to compare it to. My proposal is a listing presentation. I have been in that spot. 6 o'clock, I'm going to get the listing. I pull up, there's a sign in the yard. It's not mine. Somebody got there ahead of me. People will let you give them a proposal. They will not let you come over for a listing appointment. Isn't that weird? That's why I've got tons of people that will always okay, approve, and authorize stuff, but they'll never sign it. Crazy emotional labor board. So all I'm telling you with the for sale by owner is get in, tell them how you sell homes, tell them you wish them well, leave and send them something. Drop off come by with a seller disclosure statement. They may not have one. Come by with anything that might help them with the sale. Mail them something, but stay with them every so many days because they told you could call and check to see if it's still available. Every time, stress how many homes are selling, and they should be selling too. What do you mean, no offers? No showings? I can't believe it. And it's just a matter, would you like to move from category 3 to category 1? No obligation. Let me just give you a proposal and you make a decision. Whatever you do is fine. My visit for FISBOs is to create basically almost like a sphere of influence. A warm lead, they're leads. But the second time you get in for an appointment, that's a listing appointment. So I'm not telling you this because it works. I'm not telling you, but most people get in and think, I didn't get a listing. No, you're not. You're developing what? Rapport. And darn it, shoes, S-H-O-E-S, you don't have to write it. Let me tell you something. I've had more people, because I've taught classes for the public too, in buying and selling real estate. And I have been told that people have actually selected their realtors based on the shoes that you wear. Many, many times you have to remove your shoes at the door because they don't have shoes in the home. But if they have a dog, keep them in a bag with you because the dog will eat your shoes. But if you have a great appointment with an agent and you look at the door and you see their shoes with a heel half off, dirty, scuffed, you know what it tells you? It's just like having dirty fingernails when you're filling out a listing. It sends a horrible signal. You can't even afford shoes. How are you going to sell my home? I know it sounds silly. These are the little indicators of, are you professional? So have a couple pair, or at least for the guys, one good pair in the car, in a bag, that you can put on when you go into listing appointments. Unless you're going out to list acres and you're going to be walking in the field. Those shoes are sending a message. Okay, moving on, page 36. Find the word exemption and highlight it. And then highlight after exemption, a few notable exemptions to the do not call rule exist. Highlight that. Go down to number 1, little I, highlight existing business relationship, 18 months. If you have an existing business relationship with somebody, even if it's an expired listing, you've got up to 18 months. 18 months to continue to call them and not have a do not call registry offense. Number 2, any consumer inquiry, 3 months. If a consumer calls you about a home or a listing, you have up to 3 months to continue to call them back and follow up. That's on the broker's exam. There are no other highlights in chapter 2. So we go back to page 11 in your GRI book. Pardon? We're getting close. 2 minutes. On page 11, exercise hotline questions and answers. We are not dividing. We will be going over the hotline questions after lunch, starting on page 12 with question number 1. Some of them we're going quicker through than others, but mostly we're going to have you read a little and I'll read, and we will get through the questions up to page 17 when we discuss a legal update called independent contract status. On page 17, this is all about an independent contractor relationship with a sample contract that you can type up and demand your broker sign. No, don't demand your broker sign. It's a sample from the state. Tom said, if I have you sign this, I'll make more money. Well, of course you will. But I will not have a class anymore if I do that. I just wanted to see who's paying attention. So far, no one. You're all out the door. This side of the room leaves now, not this side, this side. And you can leave that way if you want. And don't come back till 1. If you come back, you can eat lunch in here, but I won't start until 1 o'clock. I need a 15-minute get home and get ready for my call.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. Yeah, that's right. Oh, good, good. Yeah. So,
bring back some turkey legs. Chocolate out there. Yes. Okay. Okay, this side. Alcohol. I gotta run. Here we go. Bagel in your pocket.
Yeah.
That's a tissue.
On the screen? Or,
Where's the other one? Very good. Simpleton, all right.
Oh, yeah.
I know, Milton.
Where the man looks like it's yellow, yeah. I know where the man looks like.
Oh, I know. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, good, thank you for doing that.
You can't see right now.
Okay, I gotta go home and take a conference call, so.
Okay,
See you in a little bit.
you know that.
Oh, boy, so much fun.
did I miss anything about it?
Most of what I did was talking about the designated hours. I needed them to understand what all was coming together.
Yes. Yeah, I could do, okay.
Now I gotta go home and take a lawyer call.
Oh, nice. Yeah, well, you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
I did the teaching thing, I got a class to keep the class and stuff, so I know whatever that involves in summer.
Alright, yeah, I wanna roll it out. So, hopefully I'm so today, so I thought it was great.
I have to take my briefcase and that's the file in it that I need.
Yes, don't- now you're doing it right.
Forgot my briefcase. Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice.
Yep.
Try this again. Oh, thank you.
Oh. Thank you, Rachel.
Oh, God. Sorry. I don't know why I was written like invisible.
Oh, shoot, oh well, is it too late now? Well, you can do whatever you like, really. Is title pulled? Okay. So I would suggest maybe. Alright, well, I did something wrong, so let's try D0. Oh, Betty. No, yes. Not necessarily cost. No, it's nothing, okay, good. Yeah. Is there anywhere good to eat around here?
There's camp that's right on the corner, it might have the open plate though, or the
Okay.
so it's like in our class, there's camp right there, I've never eaten other place.
Okay.
But water, and then, the brewery next door, and then right.
Okay, thanks.
What's that movie when everybody's on the airplane and they all disappear? That's what it looks like here.
Oh,
Everything's
yeah.
left the center.
Oh, yeah. Vaporized. So just take.
Zach. That's a lot. Taking attendance. Robert.
Yes.
Ray.
Yeah, GRI.
Edwin. Edwin Cutler. There you are. Chuck. Savannah.
I live out here, so. And this would also
I'll see you.
good.
Melissa. Right there. Got it. Simon. Michelle. Jennifer. Lucas.
This one's pretty good.
Joanne. Yeah. Joanne. Kevin. Brandon. David. Steph.
We're gonna be I think I will.
Charles.
So. It is really interesting.
Shelby.
The case study is a lot long.
Sean. S-E-A. Sean. S-H-A-W-N. Nope, not here. Gina. Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin. Nicole.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pam.
I'm not one of the case studies. It's usually what we run. Yeah. What media lane is important. You know, you're using your umbrella insurance policy with me. Are you gonna do it in the broker associates? Yeah, this is. So I'm gonna do that too.
Page 11.
No.
Oh, somebody need a highlighter? Anybody need a highlighter?
Yeah.
It's got two. No?
You don't do a business plan?
It's not.
Well, no, you're showing your expenses, your income. You don't keep a log of your expenses. I got a credit card that I use. Like, it's for business, I expense it.
Oh, that little warrant?
I keep all of them related business. You're supposed to keep it every 7 years.
I got a question. First I had a conference call, and then I got a text from a realtor from this office, not in the class. I get questions all the time. Here's the question. Good morning. I'm not sure what to do. My buyer wants to offer the seller free occupancy, but also wants a refundable damage deposit written in. I'm dealing with this, and I imagine at the rate of offers I'm getting with this written in, many are questioning this throughout the industry, or they should be. Any advice would be appreciated. No advice, you should pay for the class, no.
There you go.
I wrote, the buyer should be aware of the dangers created with a security deposit. Loss of home by fire could be one result. The buyer's homeowner's insurance policy does not cover income property. By calling it a security deposit, you actually create a landlord-tenant relationship under Michigan law. Is the buyer happy with a large debt, no home, and no money from the insurance company? If they are, go for it. If not, I would not recommend collecting security. Either make it immediate occupancy or stay away from a security deposit. Anything else will be a risk for all parties, including you. Okay, she says back, no, the buyer still wants to give free occupancy and should not ask for any deposit, I assume, and shall not assume any risk. I said, correct. Buyers can always take the sellers to court for damages that they caused in the home. And my biggest issue, folks, for all of you, and that's what I said back to Roseanne, I mean, not Roseanne, this fictitious person. Let's just say, we'll use that name for fun.
Way to throw her under the bus.
We've all been there.
I said, you can also, it's not worth the risk. And here's my biggest question that I said to her and to you. It's not collecting the stupid deposit that's the issue. It's when both parties disagree. There's nothing written on how the dispute is to be handled. And it becomes a just shouting bitch match. Scream, scream, scream. You get called all day, all night, and you don't even have anything to do with it for this reason. I doubt that your broker wants to hold security deposits. It's held by the title company. And guess what? They're not going to do a thing unless the parties settle among themselves. After 3 years, if nobody settles, that money has to go 3 years by July 1st in the 3rd year to the state of Michigan for unclaimed property. It's called SG. All earnest money that hasn't been claimed, all money that this brokerage has held in trust for water bills, escrow, for occupancy, for anything, not claimed 3 years, goes to the state, unclaimed property. I got $150.
Yeah.
Listen to me. It's as simple as going on Google, typing in state of Michigan unclaimed property. You can then type in your name and your whole families and all your friends, and it will tell you if any money was ever collected on your behalf that went to the state through to their SG division, unclaimed property. If you have money waiting, it's there. And all you have to do is prove who you are. Why did I get $150? Because like 6 years ago, a company I worked for in Birmingham, Century 21, sold entertainment books. I was the manager. I sold a ton of books, and they were at a really good discount. Remember those old coupon books? So after selling the books, they came in, I passed them out to the agents at a good price. They were happy. I had no idea. I got like a couple bucks for every book that I sold, and I was the manager, so it was under my name. No clue. I go on, I'm laughing, unclaimed property, this is funny. Kotzian, Thomas, Bach. I'm like, what is it? I thought, this is a, come on, this is what we call one of those traps. They're gonna put me in jail as soon as I go to claim my money, you know, just like a TV or something. So I did, I you know, gave them proof, whatever they wanted. Sure enough, I got the check. But I found other family members, friends, relatives. Do not discount that. Sometimes tax money to state or federal shows up. Like, here's why. You move, forwarding address has been longer than 6 months. They don't have anything, goes to the state. So look them up. But also know that's where the money goes if parties can't sell it. And it's a nightmare. Okay, page 11, exercise. Now page 12. Question number 1. I am a realtor representing a seller selling a large piece of land in northern Michigan.
Yeah, because I'm on
Page
page
12.
17 or 37 here, so where's?
Page 11 and page 12. First of all,
Going back.
you are not in any book except the GRI book. This one,
So it's going back. All right.
this one, right here,
Q1, 2, 3.
page 12. I'm selling a large parcel of land in northern Michigan. What else do you do in northern Michigan?
Drink wine.
Right. Who sang the song in northern Michigan? Kid Rock. And what does he do in northern Michigan? Go through the other one. The minute I read northern Michigan, I went like this. In my head now. Get it out, get it out. There has been no drilling done during this time. And there's oil and gas rights that were reserved 30 years ago. First of all, here's a little update. Whatever I'm about to discuss only covers oil and gas, no other minerals. So they say there's a dormant mineral act. If you do nothing for so many years, you get the rights back. The Dormant Mineral Act only covers oil and gas, no other minerals. No drilling. Does the previous owner get to retain these rights? Answer. Folks, it depends. Under the Michigan Dormant Mineral Act law, under certain circumstances, for oil and gas, the rights will terminate after 20 years if there's been no drilling, no taking out of the ground any of the oil or gas. But you don't just automatically jump up and say, "Lee, it's mine." You have to claim it and revert back. It's my lunch I ate so fast to get here. Now I'm like, wow. So excuse me, hold on. The Dormant Minerals Act applies only to oil and gas rights, no other minerals. Advise your seller to see an attorney. But it's worth knowing. Like, who really cares? That's northern Michigan. Let's stay in this part. Number 2, I represent a buyer who terminated a purchase agreement after discovering black mold in the home. Is that a bad mold? That's the worst. That's the most toxic one of all. I now have another buyer who would like to make an offer on the same home. That means my first buyer jumped out of the contract because of black mold. Now I have a second buyer who wants to buy the home. Should I just keep my mouth shut?
No.
You're a smart group. The listing agent went like this to me. Don't you dare tell that buyer. Oh. Well, the answer is no, you don't keep your mouth shut. As a buyer's agent, you have a Dr. Cola duty to notify your current client of any issue you know about the property. Well, most buyer agency agreements expressly provide that you will not disclose confidential info learned through another agency relationship. Black mold isn't confidential to the first buyer. It was discovered. It was part of the inspection. Information. Now, everybody, this is a good sentence for your future, not for the test, So don't make a big highlight, but for your knowledge, this is a real good sentence. Information that's known to both a seller and a buyer is not confidential to either anymore, because they both know it.
Doesn't seller now disclose that, they know that there's more.
Yeah, plus, don't forget, the fact that it is toxic, yeah, I'm gonna disclose it. I'm not gonna cause harm to anyone by not saying anything.
So give them the disclosure.
Well, let's put it this way, if they don't disclose it, I'm probably not gonna keep the listing. However, this is one reason I'm not an advocate. If you have a listing, I am not an advocate of getting a copy of the inspection report. That inspection report was paid for by a completely different party, a buyer. It was their inspector. I don't even know if they have a personal relationship where whatever they disclosed or discovered was valid or not. But I'm not so sure I want that info in my seller's hands for fear that anything in the future that comes up, they can be held liable because they had knowledge. I don't want the knowledge. What I really want, other than anything harmful, I would love to just say there's no more inspections. You have 7 days, 10 days, 5 days, whatever you can. It's just called DD, due diligence. Do what you want. If you open your mouth within that 7-day period and say, I don't like it, you're out, you get your deposit, the home goes back on the market. What I hate, and you do too, is the seller says, well, they have their inspection, but I don't believe their inspector. I don't think what they want out for is that big a deal. So I'm not going to sign a mutual release. Now you're fighting over the damn deposit when you could be on to another buyer, a better deal, better money, and not any of this aggravation. But we make it so tight with I even had a broker, I won't say where, it was him. I even had an agent write in their contract, it had to be a substantial defect before they would sign off and get their EMD back. What the hell is substantial? Where are you going to get the word substantial defined? All it does is create a nightmare for everybody. That's why I don't want the inspection report. But here's a case I had last week, my own office. I have such a good office that helps me out with all these examples. His name was Roseanne. His buyer bought a condo in Grosse Pointe, had it inspected, found mold in the basement, got out of the contract. Got his money back. Started looking at other condos in the area, lo and behold, found one for sale right across the street from the one he just bought that had a mold. While they were looking at that condo, a truck pulled up that said home inspector to the condo they just got out of. What does my agent do?
Sign over there and tells them.
Talks to the inspector. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Well, yeah, but then I went back in to put a key in the lockbox, and my buyer was talking to him too. Oh, the buyer that got out of the home because there's mold, plus you. Well, yeah, I just asked him if he noticed the mold in the basement. You asked him? It's not even your client. It's not your home. It's not your listing. Needless to say, that second buyer terminated the agreement. And the listing agent was livid. Should he be?
Yeah.
What business do you have of talking to the inspector for a different buyer completely? And then causing me to lose a sale, the seller said, I want to sue. What saved us? This only in this business called real estate does this kind of stuff happen. The buyer looked at the second condo and said, I like the first one better, went back and made an offer on the one they just got out of. And now they're in contract. Because the mold wasn't that, it wasn't black mold. It wasn't substantial. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. It was actually mold. You can find mold practically anywhere in any home. But word of warning, don't talk to other people and share private information. It's like the guy that I met in real estate that was so depressed, he said he was going to go home and end it all by swallowing 100 aspirin. I said, so what happened? He said, oh, I took the first 2 and I felt better.
You guys have an hour minutes now.
That's stupid. Way in the back.
I have a question about mineral rights. Do you own them or not?
You probably have to lower it for the.
Oh, no. Do you
Yeah.
own mineral rights or not? Do you own your home? That question on the disclosures, do you own it?
Yeah, do you own mineral rights? That one, I don't care what they put down, they have to answer, but nobody knows. They always, yeah. And it really doesn't apply when you're in subdivisions and things like that. It's only for land, vacant land, or northern property, that type of thing, yes. Don't forget 2 things. First, you bury the statue upside down, facing the house, in the front yard. Second, you put the dormant minerals, the salt, all the way, make a ring around the house. That's the other way. Those are the only 2 I know to get a home that never sells to sell. I've heard some crazy stuff in mine. I heard the salt one, and I heard St. Joseph statue. Yes.
What's your opinion on the exempt seller disclosures? I know, like, if you're renting it out, you don't know what's happened, but in some way you own that house, right? So you must know something about it versus just putting exemption. Are you telling your buyer this, your buyer is wrong list, so you don't know anything about the house?
I'm going to tell you what the Michigan Court of Appeals said, and I don't care what other people say. Well, I'm going to tell you 2 things. I don't care what people say. Remind me about an EMD, if I forget. And let's talk about the seller disclosure. You must fill that all out, everything. You must answer every question. That's the law. Well, you know what the Michigan Court of Appeals said? If you just sign it, you comply.
Oh, really?
You could write right across it, I know nothing, unknown, never lived in home, signed, dated. It's, you have complied with the Seller Disclosure Act. It doesn't say how to fill it out.
Whether you do that or not.
It just says, signed and dated to the best of your knowledge. That's their knowledge. That's why you don't touch it, you don't get involved, you don't advise. Period. So don't think that when somebody inherited the home and they took title, that's not a probate estate. They took title, now they're selling it. They wrote, it's my dad's home, never lived in home. You can't make them fill anything out.
Well, that's funny, because I've had occasions where I've given it to the seller to do, and obviously they missed a section. I didn't see it, but when somebody made an offer, they refused to sign the rest of the PA because they said, well, you're missing an initial or a yes or no. Or
If somebody makes an offer and says, because you didn't fill it out, I'm not buying, okay, I don't have to, and you can't make me. And so I'll find somebody who will accept it that way.
So, a bank, or, you know, like a foreclosed type property, or one that's in a probate issue, those ones you don't even need a seller's disclosure at all. Nothing.
Yeah, yes and no.
Oh, okay.
Here's why. There are 11 exemptions in the law for seller disclosure. Selling to a close family member, somebody handling it as part of an estate, a bank selling it as the bank in a foreclosure, trustee in bankruptcy, on and on. 11. You don't need the seller disclosure statement, Gino, but I have a form called exemption to seller disclosure. We are exempt for the following reason. Check one. You go down, find the one, check it, sign it, date it. It's better than having nothing. It's better to say we're exempt, here's why, we signed it and dated it, and have it on file. If you want that form, because you're putting your cards up here, I think all of you, by Thursday, I would like them all. You will then have my number. You can let me know and I'll email it or text it to you. EMD, ready for EMD? 2 banking days. You have 2 banking days. And a banking day is Monday through Friday, even if your bank is open Saturday, under federal banking law, Monday through Friday are called banking days, minus holidays. This is the hardest part to explain to people, but I like it the best. Let's see, okay. I'll use this piece of paper. When the EMD check touches anyone in a real estate office, sellers, salespeople, brokers, anybody, when it touches the hand, 2 banking days to either get it to the title company if they're holding it, or get it to your accounting department for deposit. There is no exception. Now here comes the tough part, and you're learning it right with me. No seller or buyer can contravene Michigan law. No seller or buyer can contravene Michigan law. The law says 2 banking days from the day you accept the deposit. I don't care what the contract says. 5 days after the home inspection's been approved. 2 days after the clear to close. You can write anything you want in a purchase agreement when the deposit is to be going in the trust account, but nothing will contravene the law. If it's not in 2 banking days, you subject the company to fines, discipline, suspension, including the agent. Don't let buyers and sellers tell you that they're going to give you a clause or language. Good thing you pulled that out. Yep. Let's repeat everything I just said. No. This is Tom from GRI I.
I have a question on EMD stuff.
Don't let buyers and sellers tell you to write these clauses so the EMD doesn't go in for a week or whatever. You want to know the answer to that? If you don't want that EMD to go in the account until a future date past the 2 banking days, don't touch it. The EMD will not be accepted or deposited until, and then spell out your specific purpose. Till the inspection is done, till the finance is there, till that. If the EMD bounces, non-sufficient funds, pick up the phone, call the buyer, say, hey, always be nice. Might have been a little mix-up with your bank. They always give you this thing who transferred from one account to the other. May have been a little mix-up. Give them the benefit. Your check didn't clear. And I didn't have until 5 p.m. today to get it cleared. Or I have to notify the seller through the listing agent that the contract failed because the EMD was not sufficient. So if you don't want me to notify, and you do, $30,000, I'm going to tell you in a second. So I either want a cashier's check by 5 p.m. or 4, whatever, on a local bank, not Bank of Slovenia or something that takes me 2 months to try to cash. I want a local bank cashier's check or money orders for the amount. Sometimes they come with $400 or $500 money orders, whatever. I can put that in the bank and I have to put it in writing to show a paper trail, contact the other broker, let them know, and then it devolves in their court. 30,000, true story. Remax broker and the one I worked for in Rochester, Century 21 Town and Country. We had the listing 1.5 or 6 million, just past Rochester. Oh, no, whatever. It's a beautiful home. A doctor's home. Bought by a buyer who had the money and wrote 30,000 EMD to the Remax agent. NSF didn't clear. The Remax agent somehow bypassed the broker and said to the girl in accounting, oh, I'll take care of it. I've worked with him for years. Called him up, hey, your check bounced. The buyer says to the realtor that he's known for years, listen, I'll pay it at the closing, don't worry. Buyer backed out, says I don't want the home. Seller said, good, we're keeping your money, your 30,000. He said, keep it, I never paid it. I could name the realtor and you would go, oh my God, because the realtor was one of the, it still is. His broker cried. His broker said, I love you, man. You're the best I've got or ever had, but I can't keep you. I'm going to lose my license. He says, I don't have it. The agent says, I don't have the 30. He said, well, you better come up with it because I have to pay it to this seller. The broker, the principal broker, which is me in our company, is and Dave Claft in yours, and Dan Elsey in yours, is always liable for the acts of any of the salespeople. Ultimately, you're responsible. 30 grand. Agent was fired. Broker paid the 30. Broker sued the agent. Broker's collecting on the 30. People telling you, I'll get it to you. No. There's nothing worse than messing with other people's money.
So I had a buyer, vacant land, and contract. EMD check is in the mail. And we're getting ready to close. EMD check never got there. Another check to a building participant to our company never got there. Must be due to COVID. But now we're closing, we have no EMD. So we told the title company, and I told the other agent, I don't know what happened to the checks. He said that they got their, he said he's gonna cancel them. I don't know what happened with the mail. There were 2 that were gone. Neither one made it. Now we're gonna close, so just have title put in the full amount. What's wrong? I know something probably is wrong.
That's a point well taken. Very good.
Yeah.
Anytime you have no idea what somebody said, always say point well taken.
And I got a check. But I got a check. So I did everything I could. You know what I mean? I'm trying to, so what did I do wrong and what did I do?
You know what the biggest problem is? One, I have hearing aids too. It's echoing, and I'm trying to dial them up on my, because I have an app, and all I'm doing is getting the fan louder than your voice. So, I did learn one thing though. These work pretty good with the phone. I didn't realize on Bluetooth, I can just talk away. And I'm talking, I pick up a lot of truck drivers too. Here and that down.
They're good progress.
Oh, he yields to you.
This is a comment. I think there's a lot of if there's a dispute with the EMD, they automatically think that it should go right back to them. Is it not true that it has to possibly come back to the broker? But if somebody doesn't want to release it, you can't just give it back.
She asked a question that makes me stand up. Because it's the silliest, no, it's a good question. It's not a silly question. She's like, that's it, I'm never asking another question. It's a great question. What do we do and how do we tell people who gets it? First of all, I would say this to everybody, buyer and seller. When we take this earnest money deposit, it's called good faith. It's the buyer showing good faith. I put some money up as a guarantee that I'm not just gonna walk away, because I can lose my money if I walk away. But an earnest money deposit is not a legal requirement to make it a contract. You don't have to pay one stupid dime EMD. I could offer to buy your home cash, no EMD. Take it or leave it. I'll see it closing. It's a chance, but I have no skin in the game. Or you can have a little amount. My biggest issue right now are people that put $5,000 down. They don't like the inspection. There's an appraisal issue. They want their money back. The seller says, I'm not going to sign a mutual release. The money is in dispute. So we go the route. I'll give you an EMD of 5. You get 1,000 down. 4,000 won't be accepted or deposited until. So if I end up with a problem with you, knucklehead seller, and I want out, I can not walk away, but I'll still have 4 to go buy another home with. Which, by the way, brings another question. You cannot have an EMD for $5,000 on deal 1, have an inspection, be dissatisfied, turn in a mutual release, then take the same buyer and go buy a different home and say 5,000 EMD, apply it from the first home. No, 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 no. That's never been released. That's 5 on the first, 5 on the second, that's 10 altogether. I've got agents that tell me, oh, it doesn't matter, we just transferred it. Oh, you transferred it? Like, how did you do that? Because the seller said they were not going to sign a mutual release. We just wrote it on the new contract. Take the money from the first home, apply it to the second. Cannot do that. So I say to buyers and sellers the following. When we take your money, we take it under licensed law. We have a license, we have a pocket card. There's a picture of a little dancing elk and a moose. That means that we're part government. We cannot sell real estate without a government license. And the government can't discriminate. We'll get into fair housing. Your pocket card says that you have to be treated just like a government official. There is no discrimination. When we get into fair housing, you'll understand why. So I tell the buyer and seller, this is called money held in trust. Just like an attorney's account. Who do you think the trustee is of that money? Us, the broker. Who do you think we're holding it on behalf of? Me, the buyer? Nope. The seller? Nope. Holding it on behalf of the state of Michigan under licensed law. This money is held for the state of Michigan pending consummation or termination. And if the deal falls apart and everybody agrees and we sign a form that releases the contract, you can get your money back. But if there's any dispute where between the parties, the buyer and seller, as to who gets the EMD, we freeze. Money goes nowhere. Because it's not yours, and it's not yours, we're holding it in trust on behalf of the state. What do you do then? We have 3 choices. 3 choices. And these are the only choices. But I'm going to give you something today that you probably haven't learned that's going to serve you well in the future. The law says whenever there's a dispute over an EMD, it can only be released by mutual consent. And don't let any broker tell you, don't do this, that if they don't sign this mutual release form that releases the buyer and seller and the brokers, we're not giving it back. No broker has a right to stick their nose and their name on a mutual release and say, if they don't release the broker, we're not giving the money. Oh, no, no, no. If all you have is a buyer name, seller name, and it says money goes to buyer and it's the amount, and they sign it, you get that money out of your account, give it to the buyer, regardless if there's any language about the broker on there or not. I got brokers screaming, my name isn't on there, my company isn't on there, and they release me, I'm not. No, you're not. You have no business doing that. You're not a party to the contract, and you can't make that a condition. So when there is a dispute, sorry, Scared me. I'm like, wow, listen. When there is a dispute over the money, here's the choices. Mutual release, court order, interplead. Well, you know what a mutual release is, all parties agree. You know what a court order is. We got an order from court ordering, it could be small claims. Small claims, make a note, $5,500 or less. Most deposits are within that range. Now, if I get one for 10 or 20,000 and they're in dispute, it costs $1,000 to hire an attorney to interplead to court. And here, well, if it's 20 or 30 grand, it's worth it. I take the money to court with an attorney, give the attorney $1,000. He or she files an interpleader action. It says, Your Honor, we're holding the money. They have the dispute. We don't want to hold it anymore. You handle it to the court. Interplead it. Here's the money. Here's whatever you need. God bless you. We're off. And now the buyer and seller can fight, but they have to fight through the court. I'm ready to give you the secret. Ready? If you have a purchase agreement that says if the buyer cannot obtain the loan and gets a written denial, you can take the written denial, give a copy to the seller's agent, and terminate the contract, and then it says right in the purchase agreement, and full return of the earnest money deposit to the buyer. It says that. Well, you've got real estate brokers around that say, we're not giving them the money until they sign a mutual release. Folks, say this too loud. The mutual release is only if there's a dispute. There is no dispute. They signed the letter, they both agreed. Buyer can't buy the home, the loan's denied. Seller said, it's okay. There's nothing to sign. Give them the money. But brokers are hesitant to do that because what? In the future, if they claim something, they have, hey, you guys signed this. Here's I got my secret coming. Wait a minute, here goes. Here's the secret. Okay, Tom, we tried. We called the seller. We wrote the seller. We continued to hound the seller. And the seller will not respond to sign the mutual release. Is the contract in dispute? Is the EMD in dispute? No, there's no dispute. We just can't get the seller. Okay? You may write a letter to the seller and say the following. Since there is no dispute, we will return the $1,000 or $2,000 EMD to the buyer within the next 10 days unless we hear from you to the contrary. Unless we hear from you that this is a dispute. Not hearing from you within 10 days, we're going to release the money. Does the state of Michigan say you can't release money if there is no dispute? No, they don't say anything. Only if there's a dispute. So you sent the letter, you notified the seller, they don't reply in 10 days. What could you do? You could send the money back because it's not in dispute. Contract says you give me a letter of denial, we're done. Am I taking a chance? Yes, but would the court probably be on my side because I did everything humanly possible, including sending a letter? Tip number 4 on this series. A certificate of mailing. Don't send mail, return receipt as proof you mailed it. I taught a broker class 25 years ago where a guy in my class said, well, I never accept certified mail. Never. I sent it back. I said, why? Why would you do that? He said, did you ever get a good one? And I went, you're right. I never got a good one. He said, that's why I won't accept them. But I had a very wise broker in Grosse Pointe named Ann Jeffries, who taught me years ago. She managed a lot of property in the Detroit Grosse Pointe area. She said, Tom, I use a certificate of mailing. As long as you mail something to the last address on file that they have, and you get a little thing stamped by the post office, they give you, it says certified that they mailed it to that address. They don't say what's in it, just certificate of mailing. It's like $1.20. You take that little certificate of mailing on what you mailed, and you got proof in court they were delivered, whether they got it or not, because it was their business. It was their last address. That's good for property managers. That's good for anybody. Don't forget the certificate of mailing. It really helps, and it's so cheap, but it's so effective. So to answer the question, you tell them, yep, hey, it's the state's money, it's gonna stay here, here's the conditions, and this is what we have to do. I gave you a lot of stuff just now on trust accounts, but I want you to be the best at, the very best at what you do. And then here.
So it's that simple that you can just ask for a denial letter? I've noticed that happening, that people go, hey, well, this is don't worry, we'll give you a denial letter, they'll be fine.
It's, you know what, it's the nature of the beast. If they want out, they can practically get any way to get out. I tell my sellers, why are we taking your $200,000 home and battling over $1,000 EMD or two? What are we trying to do here? It's costing you money every month you live here, more than that deposit. Get out and move on.
If they don't return a deposit, dispute the deposit will return, can they put their house back on the market?
Here. He got the last one. He got the last one. Good job. If the only thing in dispute is the EMD, and they're fighting, but you got proof that the buyer will sign a letter. I don't want the house. You put the home back on the market and sell it. They can fight the EMD all they want later on. As long as there's no chance that buyer's going to want to enforce that contract.
Email hold up.
So do not think that because they won't sign a mutual release on an EMD, the home can't go back on the market. But be real sure the buyer is not making any claim.
But if you were a buyer, they were giving you your money back, would you sign that? Why would I sign it so they can put their house back on the market and not give you my deposit back?
No, you're not signing it. Basically, you've got a paper trail that shows the letter of denial and everything, and them saying you can't buy the home. In fact, what you really have is the EMD, the buyer signed the mutual release, asking for the money back with the letter of denial. That's pretty much prima facie in a court of law that you've got all the cards.
Yeah, when a buyer asks, what should I pay as an EMD? I mean, I always tell them the truth. I always say, you know, an EMD is not required, but our brokerage likes to go for a 6% because in the event it all fails and whatnot, we still get paid, you know, our commission, in other words. So there's a huge range. What do you actually tell a buyer?
Ray asks a great question. What should I give as an EMD? Well, in multiple offer situations, or if it's a desirable home, you don't want to come in looking like a cheapskate either. You want to dazzle them with your deposit, but at the same time, you want to have remedy to get out if you can. I used to work for a broker that said, we want 3% of the sale price as the EMD. Well, you know why.
Yeah.
We got our commission.
Right.
Guaranteed. Well, that's a lot of money. I've seen some crazy stuff today. I've seen giant homes, $500,000 homes for just a couple $1,000 EMD. It's the craziest thing. Sellers can say that's not enough. Sellers have the right, but it's all, you know, basically it's this, it's negotiable.
Very subjective, yeah.
It's negotiable, yeah. Let me go on now, okay, because otherwise we'll be here till 6. So, one more question.
I was just gonna ask, is there any remedy for these lenders that are writing these bogus denial letters?
Lenders are like bogus denial letters.
Yeah.
Lenders who write bogus denial letters get put on the wall in my office. and we have sales meetings, and we say, hey, everybody, good luck. Real estate selling like that. You get one of these lenders, you want to tell your seller, this could be a real problem. Let us tell you what they've done. And we've had sellers say, we love your deal, we love your offer, we don't love your lender, that's our choice. We won't take your offer. Absolutely. Because a lender's reputation will get known real quick. Absolutely. I will write their name. No, I won't.
I know where they're going.
Never mind.
Don't say it.
Okay. Just let me go. Get back on this stool. It's a tall, milking stool.
You can have it like here.
All right, hey, how about that? That was only one question it took an hour. Let's go to number three. Represent a buyer who made an offer of $150,000 on a home listed for $180,000. The listing agent called and told me the sellers were rejecting the offer. Oh, and the listing agent said, the sellers will take no less than $170,000. When the home is listed at $180,000, and a listing agent tells you they'll take no less than $170,000, say to yourself, you just killed Dr. Cola. You just quoted a price lower than the list price. You could lose your whole commission for that. Then I announced that I'm really not a buyer. I announced that I'm the brother to the seller, and I've recorded the conversation. The listing agent pretended not to speak English for the rest of the conversation. Some of the stuff that goes on. My buyer then submitted an offer at $170,000. The sellers accepted it. Everybody's happy, but my broker believes the listing broker breached the fiduciary duty. Did they?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now that's question number 4 on your test. Highlight.
Well, unless your seller says you're allowed to share this.
Yeah, right.
But that's all.
It's assumed in the question they did not have permission.
You better have something in writing. Based on this, no. Hey, I had a guy that worked for me for Century 21 in West Bloomfield. I won't give you his name, but he always wanted a copy of the EMD check, always. And every time he got it, he'd look up the buyer and call him and see if he could undercut the agent and say, come work with me and I'll make you a better deal. In my own office. True story. So for that reason, you're not getting a buyer's EMD check. You're going to get this address crossed up. You're going to get the routing number, the account number crossed up. You're going to get the phone number crossed off. You might get their name. But I can't even make a copy of that check without my buyer's approval. And you never will. Please highlight, this is on your test, it's number 4. Write the highlight. Michigan case law has held that a broker representing a seller may not suggest to a purchaser that a seller will accept less than the stated price. End of highlight. And look what it says for those of you in the back that were talking about getting it in writing. Look what it says. Unless the seller gave permission, and of course you want it in writing, there's no getting around this. Number 4. I represent somebody interested in leasing a home. Do I have to provide an agency disclosure form? Easy one, easy one. Folks, if you don't have them in your office, you go on the Michigan Realtor website and you type in agency disclosure lease. It's an agency disclosure form, but instead of seller and buyer, it says landlord and tenant. If you do not have a lease agency disclosure form, take a regular one with buyer and seller. But every place it says seller, it means landlord, lessor. Every place it says buyer, it means tenant. But you've got to have an agency disclosure form. for all sales and all leases, all parties. Next page.
Quick question. The text message, the same as an email, does that count?
A text and an email are the same, but I wouldn't count on those for notice, like on a contract, without, if you're gonna use anything, use like something like DocuSign or whatever, Authentisign. I want something coming from the seller. I can't accept it from the listing agent. A text or something that says, you know, they've accepted your offer, something like that. I want the writing side. You know, I can say yes on some things, but on contracts, I don't like it. Number 5. I own a brokerage which practices traditional agency. All right. I'm going to give you designated and traditional in 1 minute. Here we go. We are now having a sales meeting in Tom, the broker's company, and I'm a traditional agency broker. That means if any one of you lists the home, we all listed the home. If any one of you has a buyer client under an exclusive buyer agency agreement, we all have a buyer client. All buyers and all sellers under agency contract belong to all of us. So when we have a sale in our office with one of our listings and the buyer is a client, I don't care who the agents are. 2 clients in the same company, traditional, dual agency. Erase. Designated agency. Every one of you is an individual agent with no connection to each other. If you get a listing, you are the agent to the seller. All of us are affiliated licensees. We have no agency except for me, the broker. I'm an agent technically to everybody. The only time you get a dual agency and a designated agency company is when you actually sell your own listing to your own buyer client. If someone else in the company with a designated agency sells your listing, you're 2 separate agents. No dual. Except I'm dual because I'm the broker, so I have to have a little dual agency for the broker thing. It's crazy. I'm having a team meeting now. Anybody have any issues? Traditional. Yeah, my seller's going to lose this home pretty soon in foreclosure. They're going down the tubes fast. Can anybody bring us an offer? That's okay, because we all work for the seller. In a traditional agency company, what one of us knows, all of us are charged with knowledge. That's called imputed notice. All knowledge of one is imputed to all. And guess what? If one of us does something bad, we all did it bad. That's called vicarious liability. We are all liable for each other, and we're all charged with the knowledge each of us has. Designated agency? Yeah, I'm at the team meeting. I have a seller that's really a financial quiet. Can't say that here. Why not? We don't represent your seller. Some of us represent buyers. You're giving confidential information. We're all individual. Well, I don't quiet. What's on your desk? My files. Cover them up. Cover them up. Who are you talking to? The attorney. Shut your door. Keep your files confidential. Keep your calls confidential. Keep yourself contained. Talk to no one about your clients. That's designated, not traditional. The reason people want designated, they don't want to have everything imputed to them. They don't want to be vicariously liable for each other. But the majority of people in the state are traditional. My problem is, brokers call themselves designated and still operate like they're traditional. They don't know anything about confidentiality or protecting information. So, that will come out in some of these questions. Let's read. Would it be possible to have one of my agents represent the seller and another one of my agents represent the buyer in the same transaction without being dual agents? If it's traditional, can you have different agents if it's traditional and not have a dual? No way in the world. If you have a buyer client, a seller client, you're traditional, automatically it's dual. Now, what's my problem? My own company. My agent comes to me a couple months ago and says, I've got a very special seller, and I kind of want to keep it just to me, confidential, so I checked designated agent on the disclosure. I said, oh, you're a designated agent. Yep, I designated myself. I said, that's good. I'm the broker, and we happen to be traditional, which means we all represent each other. But it's cool the way you got that designated all by yourself. What broker are you working for? Well, you. No, not with designated. Then I go through the big explanation. Are you ready for the next one? My favorite. After I go through a team meeting and a video that I make everybody watch on who we are and what we do, the majority of my agents are checking on the agency disclosure, designated agent. I'm like, I just did that. Well, aren't we? Never mind. I can't possibly, it's like this. How in the world, when you just got done explaining it, you check it? The only way it's going to work is if you have an agency disclosure in your company that the broker has pre-checked, where you have no choice but to have that second line checked. You know what traditional is? It's the line below that says, we are designated agents. The next one says, we are not. That's the one you check if you're traditional. It doesn't say traditional, just check the line. Because right off the bat, you're telling us something we're not legally. Would that backfire? Oh man, if I ever went into the practice of law, knowing what I know, I would not be good on the other side of you. I'm here to protect you, but I could be really bad the other way. I could look at stuff and go, whoa, 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 what's this? You're like, well, I don't know. Next one, number 6. I represent the seller as a listing broker. An offer came in from another office, but my seller is currently out of town and cannot be reached. Oh, this is wonderful. The seller told me on the phone, you can accept my offer on my behalf. Is that enforceable? The answer is yes, if the seller speaks a different language. You wouldn't know what they're saying anyway. No, there is no way in the world a seller can tell you on the phone to accept the offer on your behalf. Secondly, I want to give you the best advice I can. Don't you ever let a seller or buyer make you a power of attorney. Think about it. They give you the power of attorney to sign because they can't be there. Oh, that's wonderful. What is your role under agency law? Are you the agent or are you the principal? You're the agent, but they're asking you to be the principal. So now what are you? You're both the agent and the principal. Talk about a conflict. You are in such a mess, you wouldn't believe it. You're both the agent and the principal at the same time. Makes a lot of sense. No, no, no. Never, ever be power of attorney for a client. Attorneys only would do that. And never let a spouse ever say that they will sign on their spouse's behalf. I don't care if that spouse is up north or out of the country. Only way anyone, including a spouse, can sign for their spouse's behalf is if they have a piece of paper called a power of attorney. document, legal, drafted, then they would sign it as Tom Kotzian, and then it would be as POA, power of attorney, you know, and their name. But, or they'd sign their name as POA for Tom Kotzian. Couldn't sign my name, I signed it. But it's got to say POA. Number 7, I heard that it's illegal for a real estate agent to call someone who's selling for sale by owner if they're on the do not call list. Yes, and what?
Yes, if you're trying to secure the listing. No, if you're trying to.
Yes, if you're trying to call for an appointment to list it, but no, if you're calling to try to make an appointment to show it. Now, I'm going to finish my for sale by owner talk. Why don't you just bring your buyer with you? Remember what I said, I'd love to. I always agree with people. Hey, that's a good point. That's a great question. I agree with you. I appreciate that. I can understand all of this. And then come back with, and get your butts out. This is hard. Get butt out of it. You know what butt does? It contradicts everything. Can I pick on you? Sure. What an attractive shirt you're wearing. But you ruined it. Now there's one word that's almost as bad. However. Hey, that's a beautiful shirt, however. Learn and practice with your family. It's the only way you'll be good with your clients. Put the word A-N-D, and. You can literally say the opposite of what they said with and they won't care. Hey, that's a gorgeous looking shirt. And may I add, please do. You can turn on a dime with those words. So the sellers are for sale by owner, just bring your buyers. I'd love to bring my buyers by, that's a great point. And I want to tell you, I won't know if I have a buyer till I see enough of your home to tell them about it. And I don't want to waste your time, I don't want to waste theirs. Let me get some notes. Let me take a few, little quick, maybe a couple pictures. Then I'll go back and tell them. Then I'll know if my potential buyer really is a buyer. Fair enough? Tie down. Make sense? Would you agree? Sure, okay. Tell you what, I'll be there between 6:15 and 6:30 with new shoes on. Never say you'll be there at 6:30. If you're there at 6:31, you're late. Always give yourself time, even if you sit out in the driveway. And the one thing I want you to do is go to the dollar store and find thank you notes. Nobody does this anymore, but they work. Find thank you notes that are printed with, or have them printed at a printer's. I want those notes to say thank you in dark print, so you can read it through the envelope. Small little note, thank you. And then I can give you the verbiage. It's very simple. Well, you have to write it. Mr. Jones, Mrs. Jones, whoever you saw, thank you for the courtesy you extended to me yesterday while showing me your home. Say anything you want after this. I'll stay in contact. Here's my card. Talk to you soon. Or anything. I'm going to send you a form that might be helpful. I'll be in contact. Tom. Thank you for the courtesy to anybody who you ever do business with. Handwritten thank you note. Put it in the envelope. Put a stamp on it. But don't fill out their name. As soon as you get back in your car from the for sale by owner, put their name on the card, seal the envelope, put their name and address. Never put a return address. A return address says, oh, it's from a real estate company. Right in the shredder. No return address. Hand, don't you dare have it printed on a copy machine. I mean, labels or something. No. Hand address. As soon as you drive away from the home, name, address, outside stamp in the mailbox. They get it the next day or the day after. It's impressive. A personal touch is so much different than something by text or email. And I've had people say, I can't believe it, they actually wrote it out. And I say, I know you read it, because who can ever get a thank you note in the mail that says thank you through the envelope that doesn't go, who the heck did I send a gift to? Did we send to somebody's graduate? Everybody in the world opens a thank you note, true? Absolutely. So, your card falls out, they read it. And of course, you stay in touch. You kill them with professional kindness and disciplined enough that you do it over and over and over. Because when they say, why don't you come back and we'll talk, that's a listing appointment. They've invited you. That's a listing appointment. Can I come over and list your home? No. Can I drop off a proposal? Sure. Okay, I'll do the proposal part. That's good. Number, what are we on? I forgot. 8. Oh, you got a test question. I'm a realtor who hired an unlicensed assistant. I'm having my assistant make cold calls to prospective sellers. Stop. What's the key here? Unlicensed, making prospecting calls. Can they do that if they're from a foreign country? They do right now, don't they? They hire these unlicensed people in foreign countries that do prospecting. Well, here's what I want you to highlight for the test. Number 5. Under Michigan law, an individual must be a real estate licensee in order to make cold calls to prospective sellers. Highlight that. That's question 5 on your test. Number 9. Break time at 2:30. Watch the clock. It's like this the minute you look. Tick, tick. You're like, oh, Number 9. I often keep track of the expiration of other companies' listings, so I can call them immediately if they expire and try to persuade them to list with me. Is that permissible? Sure. That's called Red X, that's called Land Voice, that's called look them up yourself. Absolutely. Next page. I run a real estate office and I'd like to call past clients to see if they're interested in buying new properties or sell their current one. Is that okay? Well, they're your past clients. You get up to how many months on past clients? I'm only telling Pam this secret, nobody else. Tell us too, that's not fair. If you could find the archives to this company's, pull the files that go back 10 years. Any one of your brokers, pull the files that go back 5 years. And yank the files or the data from agents that are no longer with the company. And give them a call and say this. Calling on behalf of Keller Williams Lakeside, I'm calling on behalf of Johnstone. Any other companies? Okay. Calling on behalf of Tom Kotzian company, whatever company you're with. And I'm just calling to apologize. Why? Because we dropped the ball. You bought a home from us 5 years ago, and the agent you bought it from is no longer with us. And nobody followed up since then. And that's not the way we do business. We pride ourselves on service. So I'm taking over the file. I'm calling you to let you know. I'm here to help, here to answer any questions. Anything I can do. Oh, you're getting up? Oh, you're stretching. Okay. Like he's getting up. I'm moving. So tell me, when do you plan on moving? Or do you have any real estate needs? Or do you know anyone who does? Or no, not who. Who do you know that may? I want to tell you, we did that Prudential Preview Properties when I managed in Brighton. We got a ton of prospects and we sold and listed homes just by apologizing for the people that were no longer with us and saying we were now taking over the file and giving you VIP service. It meant a lot to these people. It's like they fell off the face of the earth. But it's a way to get prospects, because if they dealt with you once, they'll deal again. And don't think because some other agent that left is following up. Most of the time they don't. They really don't. So, moving on.
I got a question. Would you talk to that agent first before reaching out to the past clients? Because I think as a courtesy, you probably want to, make sure you're not stepping on that agent's relationship with the past client. Maybe they still do talk.
One of the, Gina, one of the issues is the client, I know what you're going to say as an agent. The client belongs to the broker because the broker was the agent. You can call and say, I'm calling on behalf of the broker who was your agent, and technically, is that true? Yeah. And the broker wants me to reach out and say, since the agent you work with, well, I would say salesperson, keep the broker as the agent. Salesperson is no longer here, I'm just simply following up to see if everything's going, oh no, we're happy, Tom is still our agent, he's with another company.
Yeah.
You say this is good. Tom Kotzian, they say yes. You say, when did he get out? No, don't say that. just say what you would hope people would say about you. Tom's a great person, and if I see him, I'll tell him. So, and then let it go. But most of them have no representation at all. Not that they're ready, but it's, you make them part of your what? Your sphere of influence. Folks, I know for sale by owners that'll never sell their home, but they sure love to talk. So what? You know what I do? I take them out of the for sale by owner category and put them in my sphere of influence. They give me more information about the neighborhood than anybody. They tell me about other people thinking of selling. I'm glad they don't sell. They're a great source of business for me. And there are certain homes that have done that. You put a sign on a certain home that had great curb appeal, you almost don't want it to sell because you're just getting tons and tons of calls. So you tell the seller, we're getting a lot of calls on your home, why don't you double your price? Just to keep the calls coming. All right, we're on page 14. Independent contractor status. Here we go. I'm giving you a homework assignment. No homework. Yes, homework. I'm going to ask you questions 1 through 14 about the independent contract that you will find in Exhibit A of this material, which is on page 25. All right. Everybody see the contract on page 25? Here we go. Watch how I do it. I want you to say number 1. Circle it. That's his question. He'll answer it Thursday. Circle 2. Go back, look that contract up. Number 2 is your question. 3? 4. Ooh, that's a hard one. 4 is on the contract. 5. 6. We're waiting. Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Say 8. Circle 8, that's yours. Go over here. 9, 10, 11.
There's no numbers there.
Oh, there's a 12. Good one. 12.
13, 14.
That's it. We're done. These 14 people are assigned a question. Those that didn't get a number will be assigned to write the contract out in longhand. Let's turn to page 17 for 4 minutes before break. And let's get a question. Yes.
The question to the contract on page 14, paragraph C, right?
Oh yeah, see what it says? It says what paragraphs your questions come from in bold print. Yeah, those of you that have questions 1 through 5, they come from paragraphs 1 through 7 of the contract. Why did I do it this way? Because I'll get better answers if you only have to look up one. Here's Al. There you go.
Back before COVID, you could just walk through. Did you know that?
Oh, yeah. 17. Here we go. I will talk softer. Legal responsibilities, I have to cover this. I had students read it in the last class. Not so good. Some could read, some couldn't. Some read very slow, some read very loud, fast. By the time we were done, everybody went like this. So, I'll go slow, soft, and fast. Legal responsibilities vary greatly depending upon the status of the relationship between a broker and a salesperson. The potential economic consequences are enormous for brokers and salespeople who think they're operating in an independent relationship, but later are determined to be employer-employee relationship. As an example, if you're an employee, the broker is responsible. If the broker doesn't even have a written contract for you, 2 things you gotta have in this state to be an independent contractor. An independent contract and policies and procedures that say you're an independent contractor. And the state law says to truly be an independent contractor, or no less than 75% of your annual income can be from commission sales. If you have less than 75% of your income from commission sales and the rest of it from being like an employee of working the front desk, doing clerical work, you no longer are an independent contractor, you're an employee. Does it make a difference? Oh yeah, a huge difference, especially for liability. So here, if you are an employee, the broker is responsible for your federal and state tax withholding, your Social Security, your Medicare taxes, your unemployment taxes, your workers' comp insurance. If the salesperson affiliated with the realtor broker are independent contractors, these responsibilities are paid for by the salesperson. That's why you don't want to hire an unlicensed assistant and call them an independent contractor. If you control their day, their hours, where to sit, what to do, how to work, you control everything they do. You are treating them as an employee no matter what your contract says. And you will be liable for all of these taxes, all of these withholdings. The IRS has a 13-point test. Do you tell them when to come in and when to go home? Do you tell them where to sit? Do you give them directions? Do you tell them how to do it? As soon as you start saying yes, 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 what? You tip the scale to what? Employee instead of independent contractor. We're going to come back with the second paragraph after you get back at a break is for 5, 10, 15 minutes. Quarter to the hour will start. This side first. Take off. Run. And this side. And we have trees up here. Al just got notified. That's when the buyer came in and signed it. Because here's what the law says on the 2 banking days. The day the broker is notified that the offer was accepted by all parties starts the 1 banking day for the deposit. The day you're notified. Notified by phone, notified by text, notified because you got it. When you get it, then the banking day starts. So if I polished it a little and said to the buyer, you didn't come in until Tuesday. Well, no, I'm here Monday. You didn't come in until Tuesday. Put the 11th down. I could have it in by the 13th and still meet the 2 banking days. Because I'm going to put a personal note on it in the file if it gets pulled for audit. You understand what I'm saying? But if you go past the bottom line, what? No excuse, no excuse on the EMDBM, because you wrote it. And they did, you couldn't go past that two banking, that bottom line date. This couldn't go past two banking days.
Can you repeat that note again? EMD late, say what? The note you're gonna write.
Ray, you'll have to transfer that statement.
No, it's her.
Repeat the note.
Okay.
What are you gonna put on it?
I just put a note that the day it was bottom line was the day we received an official notice that it was accepted by all parties. That matches the language of the statute. Okay. Ray is transferring up. And then when it gets to Ray, it has to get to Savannah. I've got people transferring the questions up front. We're on the second paragraph, folks. Here we go. Realtors have been in the business for many years. Remember the continuing litigation surrounding the issue of whether salespeople were employed as independent contractors. The situation was extremely difficult in as much as common law, court-made law, generally provided the relationship must be determined on the facts of each case. Almost 20 years ago, how old were you 20 years ago? Really young. Oh, anyway.
You're
Some of you,
raising my
just
grandpa.
this big. So the guy gets on the stagecoach. He's going to the next town. He's having a good ride. All of a sudden he starts yelling to the driver. Driver, driver. He's like, what? He's like, bandits are coming. They got masks on. He said, no, that's just COVID. No, they really have masks on. He said, how far away are they? He says, I don't know distance. He says, well, how big are they? He said, they're only, Charles, they're only this big. He says, they're too far away. They'll never get here. Pretty soon he's screaming, closer, closer. How far? I don't know. How big? This big. They're gaining on us. But I think we'll make the next time, don't worry. Now he's really screaming. They're really close. How close? I don't know. How big? This big. He says, they're really gaining. He said, you take my gun, and he gives him his revolver. He said, when they get next to the stagecoach, pull the hammer back, start shooting, because you're our only hope. We're going to make the next town. Sure enough, here comes the bandits, right next to the stagecoach. The guy takes the gun, sticks it out, the hammer back, points it, puts the hammer back, puts the gun away. The stagecoach driver's like, what are you doing? You had him in your sights. Shoot him, shoot him. Why didn't you shoot him? The guy says, I couldn't shoot him. I've known him since he was this big. See, if you didn't see this big, you missed the whole joke. That's kind of one of the worst I've ever heard. Oh well. And 20 years ago, Michigan Realtors, at the direction of its members, sought legislation to amend their license law to create a situation in which brokers and salespeople could establish with certainty they were independent contractors. The issue continues to flare up. Well, I'm going to tell you what happened on the next page. Lee Real Estate. Anybody remember a name, Lee Realty? Lee Real Estate had somebody working for them that went through a stop sign and whammed into another car, causing injury to the driver and his brother, a young boy. Lee Realty got sued for the fact that their listen to these words, their employee caused a physical injury in an accident. And Lee Realty lawyers defended and said they're not an employee, they're what? Well, the attorney was pretty good for the people that got injured. He said, how can they be an independent contractor when the license law says all over the place that it does, employing broker, does it? You're employing broker. Well, that doesn't mean employer, that means that's who you're licensed with. Well, I think the word employing, well, it was huge. I think they settled And I think it came out okay for Lee Realty with independent contractor. But after that, the Michigan realtors went like this, oh my gosh, we have liability because of the language in license law. Let's pass something in law that makes it really clear that we are truly independent. So let's read on page 19 what they passed. The occupational code was amended to include the following definition of independent contractor. It means a relationship between a broker and an associate broker or a real estate salesperson that satisfies what? Bottom of the page 19. Both of the following conditions. Last paragraph, page 19. A written agreement exists in which the broker does not consider the associate or salesperson an employee for federal and state income tax purpose. And two, I already told you, look at, I told you. Page 20, not less than 75% of the annual compensation earned by that associate or salesperson is from commissions. So you call them independent, and that means you have an independent contractor and 75% threshold. That's now in the statute, which says to a court of law, we don't care what the license law says with the employing broker. We satisfy the conditions, they're independent. Other relevant statutes recognize independent contractors. Let's go down to the bottom of page 21. I've already talked to you about the IRS standards. Bottom of 21, can you find bold print that says letter C? A written independent contractor agreement is critical. Highlight that. That's question number 6.
Sorry, say again?
Question 6. Independent contractor agreement is critical. Page 21, bottom. Look at page 22. If you call anybody independent, an unlicensed assistant, a salesperson, an associate broker, and you answer these questions positive, 1 through 21, they ain't an independent contractor. That's right, they're fighting over it right now. Is the person required to complete training? You're going to say yes to many of these and say, hey, it looks like I'm an employee. Do you have to attend regularly scheduled meetings, or is it optional? Is your work evaluated by the hiring entity? Is the person required to maintain certain hours? Are they, do you work in a model of a new home for construction? Is it a condominium? No, that only fits one person. Never mind. He's like, would that be me? Is the person required to perform work during particular hours and submit? Remember when I said if you answer these positively, you flip them to employee. So you gotta be real careful how you handle your unlicensed assistants if you call them independent contractors. Turn the page. Conclusion. Without a doubt, the most important form you can have for people that are independent contractors is an actual employment agreement called Independent Contractor Agreement, which you'll find on page 25, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Drop your highlight. Your foot's down. Is that important? Yes. But what's more important is page 31. There we go. If any of you have trouble sleeping at night, do not take Ambien, Lunesta, or any prescription for sleep problems. take this part of the book out and start reading it. It will put you to sleep so quickly. It's called the Code of Ethics. And our job is to cover as much of it that's important as possible. So, got it. Made myself get up. What I'm looking for, I put up here earlier. Now I'll sit sideways again. Okay, let me get this out. I'm going to ask you some questions in a minute to see how much you know about this good old code, one of the articles in particular. But first, on page 31, you have question 7 on your exam. Go down 1, 2, 3 paragraphs. The third paragraph is only three sentences long. It's short. On the third paragraph, find the words or the sentence that says, in Michigan, conflicts are generally resolved in favor of what law? Put number 7 by it. That's highlighted. Now listen to this. And because of what you just highlighted, from now on, answer it correctly. If the Code of Ethics is in conflict with a state law in the state you live in, which will prevail, the code or the state law? Yay! Good job. State law supersedes the code. What does the code cover? Turn the page. We're going to go to Article 1. But before we do, here's your questions on one of the code articles where here's what it basically says. Don't look at your book, just listen. Don't cheat. No. And she's like, I'm not cheating. I'm just looking. Here's what the code says in one section. Realtors must not engage in any practice or take any action inconsistent with the exclusive representation or the exclusive brokerage relationship agreements that other realtors have with their clients. In other words, don't mess with the client of another realtor. Now, based on that, answer these questions out loud. They're true and false. You may not, NOT, use aggressive or innovative business practices which may be promoted to clients of other realtors, like on social media, radio, TV ads, billboards, mailings, fundraisers, skywriting, airplane banners, broker open, rave parties, or tattoos on your arm. You may not use those techniques to promote yourself to clients of other realtors. True or false? How many say true? How many say false? Correct answer, false. You may use aggressive or innovative business practices which are ethical. As long as they're ethical, too bad if other clients see or hear it. You can't control that. Ready? 2. You may not call the client like a seller of another realtor when you're making general telephone canvassing or sending out mailers. You cannot mail or call the client of another realtor when you're marketing your name. True or false? How many say false? How many say true? How many say, this whole half didn't say anything?
I don't know what, sorry, can you tell me what page you're on?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I'm just giving you samples.
Okay.
It's called Tom's Freestyle. Here's how I answer those when I'm sitting where you are. How many would agree with that? I'm in a room of 150 people. I go like this. And right about here, I look and I'm like the only hand going up. So I immediately go to my hair and I start going like this. Or I start itching my back. I'm not putting my hand up, even if I'm right, I'm the only hand up. Well, the answer here is false. You may use general canvassing or mailing to specific areas, even if some of the homes you send to have listings and signs in front with other companies. As long as you didn't target those homes from the MLS and only send to the homes with the signs. You send the whole neighborhood, hit a few, that's why we always put on our mailings, if your home is currently listed, please disregard this, notice or solicitation. All right, this one's for Ray. I'm still trying to find you here. You may not solicit the client of another realtor direct, go to them, who's under an exclusive representation agreement. You cannot solicit my client if I've got him listed.
Good.
True.
Yeah.
False. It's like, what the heck? That's not what I learned in orientation. You may solicit the listing of another broker if it's to provide a different service. You could solicit them to be a property manager and rent their house if they're trying to sell. You could solicit them as a buyer's agent as long as they are only trying to sell and they have a listing but they don't have a buyer agent to show homes to. Remember, if it's a different service, not for the same service. If you disagree, put your hand up. Only one, no, I'm
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, I'm getting everyone wrong because I'm trying to read between the lines. I want to assume, so you don't assume nothing?
No, listen.
You're tricky.
I deliberately, because I teach the code, I deliberately wrote these to go like this with people. Gotcha. You think you know the code? Well, look at this. And it really messes with it, but I want you to know the code so well. You can do things that you're thinking you can, but other things, watch out. Here we go, next one. You may not, you may not discuss the terms. Oh, wait, I think I got this. May not disclose it. Gotta make sure I got this right. 640. Here we go. You may not solicit a listing currently listed with another broker. Didn't I just say that?
Yes, you said the question.
This is a little different.
No, you said solicit.
My other one was you may not solicit the client who, and you could if it's for a different service. This is, you may not solicit a listing currently listed with another broker. How many say true? How many say, I would say true, but everything you have is confusing me? And the answer is false. Listen to this one. You can ask the listing broker the expiration date and type of listing the property currently has. What's your expiration date? And do you have an exclusive right to sell, or is it just an exclusive agency? What's the other agent going to say to you? You're going to use a lot of words. They're not going to be nice. But heck, you think I'm going to tell you? Well, now listen to this. If he or she refuses to tell you, give them a noogie. No. You may contact, if the agent won't tell you, you may contact the owner directly to get the information. I know it sounds horrible, but it's true. And you may discuss with the owner the terms upon which you can write a listing to start in the future at the expiration date of the other realtor. And you can find a new state to work in when your name is caught in this one. Folks, I don't make this up. That's in the code. Excuse me, Michelle, when's your listing up and what kind of listing is it? I'm not telling. Good, I'm gonna go right to your seller now. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Watch me. When's Michelle listing up? In 2 weeks. Great. Here's a listing to start. Now, if the seller won't talk to you, you can't pursue it, but When I read that, it's called Standard of Practice 16-4. Look it up.
Yeah, but if the agent does volunteer.
Well, if the agent says, oh, it expires, let's say, October 15th, and it's an exclusive right to sell, you're like, oh, okay. Now, you can't call the seller. Let's see, you might be able to, ready, here we go. You must disclose you are acting as the buyer's agent at first contact with a FSBO and provide written confirmation no later than signing of the purchase agreement. True or false? You must disclose you are acting as the buyer's agent on first contact with a FSBO. I'm representing a buyer that's interested in your home and have it in writing, at least by the signing of the purchase agreement. Answer, true. When you're dealing with a FSBO, you've got to tell them if you're working with the buyer as a buyer's agent, you give them a disclosure, an agency disclosure. Make sure they have it in writing by the signing of the PA. Last one. Since we've done so well here. You must not provide real estate services, like writing an offer to purchase, to prospects who are subject to exclusive representation agreements with other realtors for the same service. Somebody comes to you at an open house, to your listing, and says, I like this home, I want to buy it. You say, okay, I got to give you a disclosure. I'm the seller's agent. By the way, do you have an exclusive agency agreement with another realtor? They say, yes. You say, you do? And you say, is it as a buyer or a seller? Now, if they say seller, you're like, whoopee. No conflict. It's different. You're working with them as a buyer. They got a listing. But they say, oh no, it's as a buyer. Crap. I just got somebody walked in my open house that wants to buy it from me, but they have an exclusive buyer agency with another realtor. And I had to ask him that. One of two things can happen. Here they are. First thing you must do, pick up the phone, call the other realtor, say your client is here, they're interested in buying a home, but they don't want to work with you. Will you give me permission to work with them and I'll pay you a referral fee? What will you hear back? I'll show you where to put that referral fee. But did you try, because you know you're going to an arbitration hearing on this, did you try? So the second thing you can do is where they said they have an exclusive agency, it's as a buyer, you have them sign the agency disclosure, and you have them write these magic words above their signature. Buyer requests agent to continue to provide service. Buyer requests agent to continue to provide service. Now the question is this. Did you try to read? Here, the first thing the hearing panel is going to say when you stole the buyer and got paid for it, did you make an attempt to work it out with the other agent? Yeah, you told them I paid a referral fee. Okay. And what they say? No. Did you go back to the buyer and tell them you talked to the broker? Yes. What they say? They didn't want to work with that broker under any condition. And have you heard that? I don't want to work with them under any condition. But I know one thing. I'm going to do what's best for my client and seller. I'm not going to get in the way of putting a buyer and a seller together. I would sooner you guys work it out here at the hearing panel than I lose the sale. Well, then how did you handle it? I had the buyer write right above their signature on the agency disclosure, where I said I'm the seller's agent, that they requested that I continue to provide service. And you know what the Code of Ethics says in Article 16? If the buyer requests you continue to provide service, you may. What happens between them and the other broker has nothing to do with you. I'm sorry, you told them. You tried to work it out. They would not go back to the other agent. They, in fact, told you they'd go to another agent and buy it if you won't sell it to them. You put it together, you helped your seller, you did everything right in the code, and no arbitration hearing panel should ever say you don't get that commission. But that's why we make the call. We don't just sneakily go to the forum and say, just put down you want me to do it. No, you tell them, you're under contract, there are obligations. I don't know what they are, but if you feel that strongly and you want me to represent, not represent you, but you want me to present your offer, I'd be happy to. But you're gonna have to deal with the other broker. We'll take care of that, don't you worry. You've done everything right by the code. Okay, we move. Article 1. Article 1 says, what Article 1 says? It says we don't care who you represent. We really don't. Oh, by the way, look up here. You poke your head through this hole? I can poke my head through this hole, watch. Well, that's at 7.5 minutes. So Savannah's like, if I see that one more time. Listen. So you go home and you tell your kids. The only other one other than that, and now that I showed you this one, you know this one. Tell your kids, you stick out your tongue and touch the tip of your nose. Go like this. And they'll say no, and they'll try, and you go like this. I can. Wasn't this great for GRI I? Aren't you glad you paid that money? What'd you learn today? Here's what Article 1 says. We don't care who you represent, but you got to treat everybody honestly. Somebody asks you a question and you know the answer, you have to answer it. You can't say, I can't tell you that. Does this home have mold? What? Can't you open your lips to talk? Like this. Maybe. You gotta say, yes, it does. The seller says, you stupid idiot listing agent, what'd you say that for? Because I had to be honest. If it has mold, they asked me, and I know it, they could prove it. I have a bigger problem than mold. I've got a lot of damages. So you don't need to volunteer unless it's toxic, but you have to answer truthfully because you have to be honest, all parties. Raise your hand if you're one of those that is not honest. You have a question?
Well, I should never mind off.
No, let's hear it.
Go ahead. Okay, so, in inspector, okay, we have a listing, and the inspector tells our inspector, well, we have a listing on a contract, the inspector says there's mold added, the buyer needs to let you know, go back to your seller says, I have no idea what you're talking about, we haven't done this property for over a year, and then they said, we'll call our roofer, go out there to check on it and see if it actually is there, because we don't really know. That buyer backs out, now there's another buyer. So the seller still hasn't found out from their roofer if, or the person that they hired to go up there, if there's in fact mold added or not, or if the inspector was wrong. So like, buyer's agent doesn't ask anything about the previous deal.
If the seller hasn't had what we call a mold remediation test and what we call mold-free analysis from a certified mold inspector, and they don't have to do anything yet, but as soon as they get notice, they have to correct the disclosure form. Even if the buyer's already purchased it, they have to update the disclosure, give it to the buyer. The buyer is 48 hours, or 72. 48. The buyer has 72 hours to turn around and back out if the seller disclosure is changed. However, you have a bigger problem. If they refuse after their own testing reveals mold to disclose it and to update the seller disclosure, keep your mouth shut, close it, get your commission, and pray. Because in the future, you being with them makes you just as liable for misrepresentation and fraud. Until the test has been confirmed by the seller, if you're asked if there's mold, I have no idea. I'm not an inspector. I'm not an engineer. It says that on your contract. I'm none of those things. That you'll have to ask the seller. That's why I don't want my seller getting reports for other people's inspections. Whether it has mold or not, I don't know. If you want to do your own testing, fine. However, I don't want the report because I don't want the liability of having them have that information because I can't verify it's accurate or not.
There is mold, they clean it up, the buyer buys the house, there are now with the new buyer, there's no mold. 5 years later, the buyer goes to sell the property, they now have to disclose that there was mold in the house at one time.
Oh, I got a doozy for you, and I hate to give it to you, but it's a case where they had mold, and they had a report. It would have only cost them $7,000 to clean it. It was in the attic, and it was in the master bedroom, and the buyer bought, had it discovered, backed out, second buyer bought, but in the meantime, the guy's living in Florida, has his brother up here, get a whole new roof on the home, and wash with Clorox and everything, all the mold in the attic, and do something in the master bedroom. Then he says, we had some mold on the roof, and we replaced the whole roof. Never said attic, never said bedroom. Buyers moved in, 3 kids, it almost killed them. It was the worst. And by the time they moved in and things had spread, it was a total tear down of the home, of which they had no insurance to cover it. They had to let the home go, let the mortgage go to foreclosure, and lived in a trailer. The agent, Savannah, ended up paying $20,000 to get out of the case, just to get out. And the sellers who were being, stubborn, well, we did everything. You never disclosed, honestly, that's fraud about that initial mold report. Never told them and never had anybody certified clean it up. And they lost the whole home. The jury, and it went to the Court of Appeals, the home was only a couple $100,000. They awarded the buyers $470,000 damages. It just wiped the sellers right out. And all they had to pay was $7,000 to do it the right way. But they got their realtor, and it was a lady, they got the realtor to go along with it like this. We'll fix it. We'll close it and get out. Folks, I'm not telling, this is a Michigan case. I'm not giving you stuff that's a joke. This is scary as hell when you get into this kind of stuff. So you want legal opinion, you want broker involved, and you want no liability. Now, what does this honesty say? It says a whole bunch of stuff. Do you have to know it? Well, all I'm going to tell you is this. The code article is what you quote. When you're going after another realtor for violating the code, you must quote the exact article. What is that high-pitched sound? It's only the fire alarm, who cares? Don't I see flashing lights back behind you on the wall?
It's a mail truck.
Oh, it's a mail truck. A mail truck has a siren? This is crazy.
The late in here.
All right. But wherever it says standard of practice, you use that in support of your argument. So you say, they violated Article 1, they weren't honest because they didn't tell us this. As supported by standard of practice 1-1, see what I'm doing? But if you do this, they throw your complaint out. The other realtor committed a violation of the code. They violated standard of practice 1-1 and 1-2. Out, you gotta quote the code. The standard is for support. The code article is what you quote. And quote as many articles as you want, if they fit, in terms of the complaint. Now, what do you have on page 35, standard of practice 1-7? Don't highlight, just listen. When acting as listing brokers, realtors shall continue to submit to the seller landlord all offers and counteroffers until closing. Get that? You've got to submit all offers until closing. Unless They've waived the obligation in writing. I don't know any of you in this room that represent buyers. What is the change pitch? I don't know any of you in this room who work with buyers who don't put this in your contract for them. And if you haven't done it, start doing it. To the seller, if you accept this offer, this home is to be removed from the market. No further showings. Why? I don't know why, it just sounded, no. When you buy a home and get a loan, a mortgage, do you get the deed at the title? Do you get the deed at the closing? Yes, you get it. Well, you don't actually get the deed. You'll get a picture of it. But are you the title holder in a normal mortgage closing? Yes. But if you close on a home under a land contract, are you the title holder? No. The seller keeps the title until you what? Pay off the land contract. You know what you're called? Not the actual title holder, you're called the equitable title holder. You hold title by equity. You know what that means? A land contract is nothing more than a long-term purchase agreement that you keep paying and paying and paying. And when you finally pay it off, then you get your title. So how do I hold anything on a land contract? You don't. You hold the contract, which is no different than a purchase agreement. Folks, anybody that has a purchase agreement, you're the buyer, you have a purchase agreement signed by buyer and seller, you have an equitable title in that home. And nobody should mess with your contract rights. We call anybody who interferes with a contract of another person tortious interference with contractual relations, and you can sue them for damages. You could sue the seller, or you could sue the buyer that's trying to present another offer to get that home away from you. That's why you put in the contract. What? Home comes removed from the market and no further showings. Now, if you see that there's still on the market, still in the MLS, still showing it, you have reason to file a complaint under Article 1, as evidenced by Standard Practice 1-7. I know what that is, and I'm sorry. I forgot. They have a new tenant. This is a dentist that does root canals. That was a deep one. They're like, that's like eating tinfoil with your old fillings.
And a lot of people use I've seen are cheating, sometimes they let it go, yeah, offers, so.
Well, she gave me ABO, accepting backup offers, because that's a new option in the MLS in Realcom. Guess what, as a buyer's agent, I'm gonna write? Home comes off the market. No further showings and no ABO status in the MLS. I'm gonna write it right out. Yeah.
Unless it's a contingent offer.
I might even write and report it pending. This is crazy. If you're on the seller's side, hell no, I want this thing.
Sort of equal.
But if I'm on the buyer's, see how you got conflicting positions. If I'm on the buyer's side, I'm killing any chance that somebody's going to try to come in behind me and take it away.
If almost most people are not doing it after inspection, they're leaving it active or they're doing it right away.
Hey, I'm just telling you, I'm going to put it in and see what they say.
Yeah.
I'm going to do everything I can because I am an advocate for my buyers. You're going to have to highlight this. It's on the test, so highlight Rule 307. 307? It's right under, on page 35, Rule 307. It's got dark lines on the top and bottom of it. A licensee shall not be subject to disciplinary action for failing to submit to the seller any additional offers to purchase which are received after the seller has accepted an offer and the sales agreement is fully executed. Unless a service provision agreement requires that subsequent offers be presented. Well, how do you like that terminology? The state of Michigan in licensed law no longer calls it a listing agreement or a buyer agency agreement. They call it a service provision agreement. That means it could be either one. You take the broker's exam, you see service provision agreement, you know there's an agency. Now, is it for the buyer or the seller? That's question number 20. Standard of practice 1-8. Read it yourself. Let's go to 1-9. Oh, who cares? Just be quiet. No. Say it again. Say it again.
307.5 was the one you said?
Yes, that's fine. I just thought the same. People are like, what kind of an instructor do you have there? Now listen, we can't laugh. It's question number 20. In fact, when I give the test tomorrow, I will answer that one for you. So,
Tomorrow? You mean Thursday?
well, could be tomorrow, could be Thursday too. Thursday, we start at 8. Okay. Standard of practice 1-8, I skipped. 1-9, the obligation to preserve confidential information provided by clients in the course of agency relationships continues after termination of the agency. Whoa. In other words, once you're an agent and you get the secrets from your client, if your listing expires and somebody else lists the home, you can't bring a buyer over and blab the confidential information you learn while an agent. That's preserved and protected. You think it really happens? All the time. All the time. But I want you to know, if you find it happening, it is a violation of Article 1 as supported by Standard of Practice 1-9. You can't use it to the disadvantage of the former client or take advantage of them. It would be very equivalent to this. You go to an attorney who represents you in a criminal case. You tell them all about the stuff you did confidentially. They get you out of it. Then you have another problem later on. And this attorney is now suing you and using all that confidential lawyer stuff they had against you with a different client. It's against their model code of professional responsibility. Here comes another tip. If you think you're going to get sued, and it could be a whopper, go to all the really big law firms in Detroit and have them do legal work for you. Little tiny, could you draft a will? Could you just sign your name for me? And I'll pay you for it. Get them to make you a client, because once you're a client with a law firm, they can never take on a case against you because they can't sue their own clients. We call that forum shopping, but in smaller rural communities, it pretty much eliminates all the other good attorneys. Use attorneys, get in their client data file, and then if they check it, because they want to serve a lawsuit against you, your name will pop up. You can't do it. Conflict of interest.
Would that be if you're working with any attorney in that law firm, or is it?
A law firm takes on all clients, just like traditional agency.
Okay.
you know, there are some law firms that want to take on more lawyers. So they interview other lawyers, especially in criminal law. They do what's called vetting, and they ask for a list of their clients, and they do a screening. And if they find that some of their clients are people that they're suing, they can't take them on. Because the minute they took them on, they'd have a conflict. And they'd have to just drop the case. Okay, we're on the bottom, let's see, 113. Let's go to Article 2, page 37. Do not exaggerate, misrepresent, or conceal pertinent facts. Pertinent facts. You can circle pertinent facts, that's a toughie. Did you know that pertinent facts under the law means murder, death, homicide, suicide? Did you know that somebody who died of scarlet fever 50 years ago is not pertinent, but somebody who died of COVID-19 recently is, and you have to disclose a person died in his home of COVID-19? As evidenced by Article 2. Did you know that the Michigan Realtors had to pass a law to protect us from themselves? Because of this goofy article, I don't be goofy, nice talk, Mr. National Director. Because of this Article 2 saying we have to disclose, we had to have our legislature pass a law in Michigan that said murder, death, homicide, suicide is not a material fact that has to be disclosed by a licensee. Our representatives in Lansing, when we lobbied them 20 years ago to pass this part of the law, said, whoa, what happened? You got a big case or something? Is that why you want us to pass this law? We went, no. Well, is there some other reason you want us to pass a law for murder, death, homicide, suicide in the home? Yeah. Because our code of ethics says that we have to disclose it. Your own code of ethics? You want us to pass a law to protect you from, that's right, our own code. Because if our code is in conflict with state law wins. So instead of getting national NAR to get rid of that article, we made a law that said it's okay. Never seen. Boy, we had good lobbyists in those days, I'll tell you. So right now, murder, death, homicide, suicide, okay, you don't have to disclose it. It's not a material fact. But what bothers me about COVID, that's a death, and that's okay. But the fact that there is a virus attached to it, it could be in that home for at least 2 weeks that we know of, that makes it a whole different scenario. But my attitude is quarantine for a certain period of time, going on the market, you don't have to disclose. We had that problem with AIDS. People were not buying homes when they found out people in the home had AIDS or had died. That's one of the reasons we passed the statute.
But if they ask, you have to.
Well, if they ask, you have to tell the truth. Tara Grant was dismembered in Shelby Township by Stephen Grant, her wild-eyed husband on TV. It was a horrible crime. That home had so much notoriety because it was in the news so much that I was called by the listing agent when it was listed to disclose. And I said, license law says you don't have to disclose, but you have to answer honestly of that. But in this case, because of the notoriety and the fact that Tara's sister was given the title to the home, she took over all the assets. Her sister does not want to go to court and have a big battle when the buyers who buy it find out what happened. Now, the buyers will probably lose, but the sister will spend a lot of money that could go to those children. The sister doesn't want to relive this crime over and over. My advice is to make the buyer aware, show them it was in the news, it has notoriety, and you're disclosing it with their knowledge so they can never what? come back and sue because they didn't know. Amityville horror. The house in Amityville that was haunted was owned by 2 attorneys. They sold the home to a nice couple that had several children, and all was well until the 2 lawyers that owned the home, husband and wife, wrote a book called The Amityville Horror that was read by thousands, if not 1 million people, and turned into a movie. The home became so famous because of the haunting that they attested to in their book that they experienced, that people were literally looking in their windows 24 hours a day. Crowds, hundreds of people at a time, taking paint chips off the home, taking pieces of landscape from the haunted house. They finally had to sue the sellers to get their money back, and they sued because the home was haunted. The sellers were both attorneys. The state of New York had case law that recognized there's no such thing as ghosts. The attorney said, we got it paid, we don't have to buy the home back. There's no such thing as ghosts. The attorneys for the buyers were geniuses. You know what they used as Exhibit A in court to prove to the judge there were ghosts in that home? Their own book. How can you lie when you wrote a book saying there were ghosts? The book was not titled fiction. You made a fortune on the movie and the book. Guess what? They bought the book, they bought the house back and paid damages. You can't have it both ways. The first time in the state of New York, a home was declared haunted by the admission of the sellers. Cool, isn't it? I thought you'd like that. Now for another scary story. Let's go to the bottom of page 37 for highlighting. Under the line, there's a line, a dark line on the bottom of page 37. Under the line, highlight only what I read. Section 2518, an action shall not be brought. Stop. Not you. Stop on the word brought. Go down to letter B. Keep highlighting. Failure to disclose to a purchaser or lessee that the property was or was suspected to have been the site of a homicide, suicide, stop. Circle suicide. That's question number 8. I already gave you, I think, the other one. Didn't I? Yeah.
On page 35 to level 3. Standard practice 1 through 8.
This is question number 8 on your test Thursday.
Come on.
I'm not going to read any more of the code. I'm only going to give you the highlighting, and then I'll cover the rest of the code Thursday morning. Go to Article 4. As soon as Gino leaves the room, everybody leave. I'll take a joke. He'll come back, there'll be no one. Gino's like, that's fine with me. Go to Article 4, page 39. Highlight what I read. Realtors shall not acquire an interest in, hey, that would be you, buying real estate, or buy or present offers from themselves or any member of their immediate family, their firms, or any member thereof. Stop on thereof. We're on Article 4. Go down below thereof and keep going with without making their true position known to the owner or the owner's agent or broker. Stop. That's question number 9. Under state law, you only have to disclose if you're buying or selling real estate or have any interest in it. I don't care if 10 of you own it. If you have a license, you've got to disclose to the people buying. I am a licensed agent I'm a licensed salesperson in the state of Michigan. Use those words. If you're buying it, you have to write, I am a licensed salesperson in the state of Michigan. If you don't, you violate license law.
What if you buy it under your own LLC?
Buy it under the LLC. I am buying it under an LLC and I hold a license in the state of Michigan. You can't get around it. You can't use an LLC to hide the fact that you're licensed. Well, especially if the LLC has a license. Well, wait a minute. No, stop. If the LLC is a broker, you are disclosing.
But if it's not a broker?
If it's not a broker, you have to disclose.
Say you got the agent representing, so agents ready to settle, right?
Yeah, you act like a normal person, but you always say that you're licensed in the state of, licensed real estate salesperson or associate broker in the state of Michigan. That was a wonderful question. Great, thanks for asking it.
Anytime.
Does it need to be
Yeah,
on
I
a
have
PA?
to be nice because last time.
Does it need to be on a PA or does it need to be?
It's gotta be on the PA. It's gotta be where this, nobody can say you didn't, can't be hiding it somewhere.
So if I'm showing my houses and I have an offer, I have to disclose I should land.
Yeah, they want the public to know they're dealing with an expert. If they want to, they should get help.
I've seen bank owned properties that say that some commission pays to buy the name. That's something that enforce that?
What they're trying to do is avoid the people investing and flipping and everything else. The bank can make the rules because they own the property, but I can't say anything other than the law requires you to do it. And here, folks, I only gave you the law. Did you see what this thing just said in the code? You're only looking at the law. This isn't the law I'm talking about. Look what the code says. For you or any member of your immediate family or your firm, in that case, Zach, that you own, the LLC, without making the true position known to the people you're working with. That means if your brother, your sister, your dad, your mother, your immediate family buy, you've got to disclose it. That is not done as much as you think, is it? But it is a violation of the code. That's number 9. Let's go to number 21, last one because we're running out of time. And I gotta give you
I
highlighting.
think you answered with the immediate family, it's just whomever's in, how's your immediate family, it's not aunts, uncles, cousins, or anything.
I just put down that the seller or buyer acknowledged that the other party is a family member of the agent. I don't even say what family member.
Say related to.
Okay, please drop down to number 3, 2502B3. Page 39. 2502B3. If a licensee sells property he or she owns, this is you. This is the law. This is license law. The other part was the code. You sell property you own or even have an interest, you must reveal the ownership and licensure to the purchaser in writing before they sign the offer. 21. Go to page 41. Article 10. Highlight what I read. The whole first sentence. Realtors shall not deny equal professional service to any person for reasons of race, color, religion, sex, that's not yes or no, that's male or female, handicap, familial status, national origin, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Question 22. Turn the page. Turn the page twice to 45. Oh, nothing on 45, sorry. Turn the page to, that's the exact question on your test form. Just say number
22 is gonna be that, right there.
There are 25 of them. Don't you feel silly? No, she doesn't feel silly. She's like, no. I feel that way all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, go to standard of practice 16-13. Page 50, 5-0. Man, that guy can move when he wants to. Highlight the second paragraph, everything I read. Before providing substantive service, like writing an offer or presenting a CMA. Page 50, 5-0. Standard of practice 1613, second paragraph. Before you do that, to prospective purchasers, sellers, tenants, or landlords, prospects, realtors shall ask prospects whether they are a party to any exclusive representation agreement. I covered that with you. That is question number 10, 1-0.
It's funny, you know, the question numbers are out of order.
Of course they're out of order. I was picking these to write for the state. I went all over the place. There's no reason. They're gonna be out of order. Because I got to number 15 and I went, crap, I still have 10 more to go. I went back, so they're all over the place. And there's another thing that happened. Here it is. I wrote this course really good. And I put it in a certain order. And I wrote my questions in that order. That's right. What the heck was that? I wrote them in that order. And then the goofy state, the nice state that pays me to teach this class, contracted with an outside company to write GRI 3. And they wrote material as well, some of which was what I wrote in a different way. So the Michigan Realtors, in their wisdom, said, let's move some of this material around to the different parts. They took stuff from this chapter, moved it to GRI 2, took stuff from 2, put it here, took some of their stuff out. My tests no longer matched the chapters because they moved the chapters around. But they didn't change the tests. Every instructor in the state now has my tests that don't match the chapters. They're testing on stuff they haven't even been taught yet. I didn't share it with anybody. I rewrote your test. So even though the numbers are out of order, all the right questions are coming from this GRI 1 module. You won't be given a test Thursday in the morning and go, we didn't even have this. They will everywhere else. Go home. However, choke point, they go home first, then you go home. How do you like taking the shorter breaks and getting out now? Everybody go to Hamlin Pub. Thursday you come in, you're going to have a true and false 25 question quiz. And you're going to say, Tom, I don't remember covering that. I said, look in your book. Look in your book. The question will match the number and it's next to your highlight. Oh, wait a minute. No, you're not. I lied. You're going to have GRI 2 on this. After GRI 2, you're going to get the test. The test will have 25 questions from one end. You won't get a test Thursday morning. You'll just be fine. Forget the test. I forgot. The test covers both GRI 1, not GRI 2. It covers session 1 and session 2. I need the
You want another test, you know? They had nothing. Just get your earnest money and keep your money.
I just had a client that goes and I gave him some good straight class. She got rid of that. And then a few days basically, but she wanted to say God told her. She didn't want to say I told her.
All right. That's nice. That's good, at least you're in line with stuff you got.
Oh, geez. I said it takes some time, so. Yeah, I'm pretty realistic.
Problem with that is a lot of times they'll sign a mutual
Study
release,
hard.
and the person who wrote the check wants the money back, so you're not a part of it. You gotta give it to the guy that's on the contract, right? So they'll have to pay.
What if the tenant buys back out before the custodian is still losing it? But she's not on it.
They're never gonna give it to a third party that's not part of the contract.
Yeah.
That's the risk, that's the risk the person takes.
What would you do? Something in writing so this person pays money and or if you want to go.
I know,
And then come back to I got to write it, finance it. I don't believe
There's not much money to stop writing. My friend, how much money? Stop writing. If real estate is not writing, it's not spending agreement.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool stuff. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Third. I'll be here second.
Whatever you gotta do, we'll be ready. Sorry. Oh, gosh, definitely say that. That's what I'm saying. You tell your mom, definitely. So, open up So you like they're moving, that's perfect. Thanks for taking the class. Are you just at lunch? You want to? Yeah. 2 years, so it was, like, oh, it was wrong. Right. Except that keeps your, whatever. That's good. I said, now come in.
Right.
You want to do the home inspection on your buyer, on your peer, so it's not the seller. That's like, well, they got their agent pull them up around it. I gotta go to this work. You're gonna have all the other agents. They got no problem. Now work with me, you gotta talk about. I still use that part. If they want that part. Right, something like that. But you try all the other agents. Now what if they said no, raise more days. Oh, I like couldn't have a better class. And I said, no, I got a switch design, so that's $10 to switch design. Can you confirm your system design and level? I said, confirm.
I told you that.
It's like, oh, the first group. So they sent me the, I said, I didn't, I said, keep those.
I'm gonna help.
So they sent me a whole other thing.
I have to.
Yes, okay.
Sure. That's my number.
Oh, sure. I'm gonna go to the pub, sure. As soon as I get out.
Really?
Okay. I'll text you. I found 3. Here's 19. I found 5. Here's 4. Big swamp.
It's not, it's not
Oh,
traditional.
I put the number.
So,
Hey, mommy.
I'll give you.
I knew it.
He's been there for.
No.
So, but yeah, ask me if you need contact.
Alright.
I'll give you.
I'm gonna be out of town.
How are you?
That's our last class.
Well, I'll do the best I can.
Can I send both me?
I'm on a team.
Pardon?
Can I send both me to take my spot?
You know.
You got that.
He sits through the whole thing,
That's all we have to.
because
I have to take my daughter down to,
Listen.
and I just got up on the date.
no. Just see me.
Okay.
I'll do something here. Yeah, because anything ever, boy, we both get in trouble, so nobody can sit in there.
Oh, okay.
I would rather, you know why, it's a licensed course with the state.
No, well, he's already.
And I'm the former chairman of the board.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
So I did, we flipped Michigan, 18 hours more than full. And thanks though, so I was looking.
Where's
Never, ever, ever. So I did.
You get that one thing.
Keep in touch.
Oh, I will be. I will be. Thank you, lovely time.
Oh, you're welcome. Or this Thursday. It's an Armenian name, I'm so sure. Sorry.
So there's
Somebody messed around on that water side.
It's an Armenian name.
I don't know, our is from 3, 5, and 6.
Oh, that's funny. My
Yeah,
daughter.
that's actually where they're at. Right now, we're getting off early, so, like, whatever.
Michigan, am I?
I'll go home first.
What do you mean?
Sure.
But,
26, yeah, it's coming up.
El Pacino did his come out there after, and he was, Diane Cannon said, he said, anyone else who IAN is Armenian?
Sure.
So
IAN is absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you Armenian?
I am not.
Oh, no, I mean, okay.
I am not, but the ending of my name is, so somewhere.
I don't know what my name is.
No more than 11 years with the last yeah. I was changed when my grandfather came to the country.
Now, we can take your card for your payment, or you can contact the Michigan Realtors and do it by phone.
We're kind of carry home right now.
Oh yeah, you can call. And the name of the guy you have to call and tell him you want to register for the class because you thought you were going in for surgery and it was canceled. And since there were extra books, Tom let you in, but you have to register with him to get approval. Well, not approval, but I don't want to take your card because I'm going to have to do what you're going to do anyway. So let me see if I have his name here. What's his name? Jason. What's Jason here? Well, he's got a line that goes direct to him. That's what, why the heck don't I have his name? This is the guy I should have his name. I gotta go to my email now to find him.
So, if my mom decided to put an offer on a property, I have to disclose it up that I'm a licensed agent, even though I'm the one.
If your mom wants to put an offer, you disclose that the buyer is a family.
Oh, then I have to say that I'm, right, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
just say the buyer's a family member of the selling of the buyer's agent. I got Jason's name. Here's how to spell his name, so write that down.
Call him, right?
Call them and ask how you register. Because they can't do it online, they close the online registration.
he might take it over the phone. This is for GRI I, and that's with the Michigan Realtors. This is the course currently with Tom Kotzian at Lakeside, KW Lakeside. Okay, let me go to his email now and see. Aha, I found it, see? All was good. Oh, 334-5565-17. You okay, Mitchell?
I think so, so because I can't test it.
Oh, no, listen. I've got your question. Once you look at that and you see the question, you're gonna be like, it's true and false.
Oh, yeah. I just want to know, just like, that I'm not very good at testing.
I'm literally giving you the
Questions, okay.
But if you don't mind, I got it.
Cool, go ahead. Thank you. Just leave a message.
Yeah. No, you want to register for the class, you're already in it.
Hi Jason, my name is Michael Allen. I am an agent at Colorado Lakeside, and I would like to register for GRI I at Colorado Lakeside for Tom Kotzian teaching now. I was supposed to be having hip surgery and I got canceled due to heart complications, so I was able to take the class. So I was told to come to the class because he had an extra book. I would like to register for it and pay for it. They took return my call. My name is Michael Allen. I go by Mitchell. I work with Colorado Lakeside in regards to GRI I being taught at Colorado Lakeside with Tom Kotzian. My phone number is area code 586-322-6126. Again, my phone number is 586-322-6126. I'd like to register for GRI I with Tom Kotzian. Currently going on at Colorado Lakeside. Thank you.
Good job.
So Thursday, 8 o'clock.
Thursday, 8 o'clock.
You used to be the TL here, huh? You were the TL here?
Yep. I was.
Yeah, but you didn't recruit very good people.
If you recruited, you were fucked.
Yes, he did.
That's why he said.
Yes, he did.
That's it, we're done.
It only took him 3 years, I think, Tom?
Where were you before?